for for all our as all our meetings are, in case some of you aren't able to visualize the entire meeting or have a reason to leave the meeting in the middle of a subject. You should be, we'll probably be taking a break this morning, and I think it will occur probably between items 7B and 7C on your agenda. Hopefully Ryan has arranged for a sign to appear on the screen at that time that the board is starting the short breaks so people will know we're still online. And finally, I'd just like to urge everyone to be patient and understanding this is new for us, and I'm sure there'll be some glitches along the way, so let's just try and deal with it. Ryan, at this time, if I'm going to turn the meeting over to you to inform us as to the major features of the platform as well as how the chat room works, so that when we get to comments and questions from the board and the public, most everyone should have a basic understanding of how the major features of the program works for asking questions and making comments. Ryan, can you do that for me, please?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Good morning. So initially, I want to say you may have noticed to everyone joining the meeting that you've been muted as you enter, and we ask that you stay muted until you have a comment, or if you're a presenter, until you're called upon to present. And if you do have a comment, like Bill said, you can either email Leslie or I, or you can use the chat feature within the WebEx platform. And to access that, that's going to be the third bubble from your right at the bottom of the screen. It almost looks like kind of like a comic book speech bubble. You're going to click that, and that will give you a chat kind of area. And there will be an address bar where it says to, and initially it'll say everyone, but through there you can select which participant you want to request to. So if you want to request to Leslie or I privately, you can do that. Or if you want to put your comment to, everyone, you can do that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate those comments. As you're probably aware, the welcome, introductions, and announcement item is the first item on the agenda this morning, and there are 3 sub-items that we want to cover under that item. First, there's the opening welcoming remarks, and we've just essentially completed those. And second, we're honored today to have Secretary Wade Crowfoot with us on this teleconference, and he will be speaking next. However, before I turn the meeting over to the secretary, I should introduce the board members who have logged in, because not all of them have cameras on their computers, and some of them have joined us by phone. Mr. Secretary, I believe that Jane Dolan, who is the Vice President and Secretary, is present this morning. Also, we have Joe Countryman, Brian Johnson, Tim Ramirez, Mike Valines have all logged on today. Catherine Freeman, who is representing Assemblyman Eduardo Garcia, who's an ex officio member of the board, is with us also today. And finally, we have 1 vacancy on the board, so that brings the total to 7 member slots. And that's this time, I'd just like to introduce the secretary for some opening remarks. Wade?
Hey, thanks so much, Bill. I appreciate it, and also very thankful of the invitation to this virtual meeting. I think the Flood Board is actually the first entity in our agency to now hold, I believe, 2 virtual public meetings, given the stay-at-home order and the importance of obviously physical distancing.
Actually, this is the third one.
Third, wow.
We did another one, yeah. This
Excellent.
is second board meeting, however.
Understood. Well, listen, I'm coming at you from East Sacramento, and my home in East Sacramento. I think many of us are continuing our work from remote locations. And I want to talk a little bit about sort of the big picture on the response to the pandemic, how it impacts our agency and the Flood Board, and then maybe a few remarks regarding your work at the Flood Board. I think most broadly, everyone who's following the news understands the priority that the governor, the legislature are putting on responding to the crisis. Every day at 6:30 in the morning, our cabinet comes together led by the governor and really focuses on each day making progress towards really 4 primary goals. The first is obviously surging medical capacity to ensure that we can take care of Californians that have the virus. So that's included facilities, equipment, personnel, and that's been obviously a major focus of the last month. Second primary goal is to help protect those most vulnerable to the virus and allowing folks from vulnerable categories, whether it's pre-existing medical conditions or older Californians, to actually be able to self-isolate. The third, which we're all involved in, is third primary goal is flattening the curve and limiting the spread of the COVID virus. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the fourth is obviously finding ways to restore our economic activity and our activity in our communities, which the governor is really focused on planning and developing a pathway to in coming weeks. We at our Natural Resources Agency have been primarily focused on the flattening the curve or limiting the spread of the virus. We're 20,000 employees large in our agency across 26 different entities, as large as CAL FIRE with 7,000 employees, as small as the San Joaquin River Conservancy with 3 employees. So entities within our agency are very diverse. But I have to say, across the board, folks, leaders, including Leslie and your team at the flood board within our agency, moved very quickly when the stay-at-home order was issued to move the work remote. So that means obviously your staff working from remote locations, having meetings using platforms like this, and then of course conducting public business as we are now remotely. Obviously, this requires adjustment. And there are some growing pains with bringing our work together from a remote location, but it's been really quite critical. We've been able to move most of our agency personnel to remote working, recognizing that some of our staff, whether they're firefighters or folks who maintain the state water project or hatcheries, have to continue to come to work physically each day. I'm really excited that this necessity has actually bred innovation. And I think that there'll be some lasting improvements in our processes as a result of needing to work the way we are. For example, we've had an agency-wide license for DocuSign to enable electronic signatures for quite a while. And a very small minority of entities within our agency actually use DocuSign on electronic signatures. We've moved virtually all the entities in our agency to using those electronic signatures for signing grant agreements, contracts, permits, et cetera. And that in itself has obviously been helpful in this stage to avoid people having to, come together physically. But moving forward, it's going to help us be more efficient and cost effective, just moving through our processes. I'll also note that a lot of entities in our agency are actually providing direct support in building medical capacity, like CAL FIRE, that was responsible for packaging and helping to transport those ventilators that we loaned on a temporary basis to other states. Our California Conservation Corps today, as I speak, is spanned out across the state in community food banks. And interesting, in the food banks, we've seen obviously a growth of demand for food as folks have lost their jobs and are self-isolating. But we've seen our volunteer corps decline because a lot of the volunteers in these community food banks are seniors. So the Conservation Corps, the young men and women that serve in the Conservation Corps, have filled that labor gap and are across our state. And then everyone's finding ways to help out. Department of Water Resources, for example, realized it had a cache of personal protective equipment like masks, et cetera, actually put into the state's cache and get to medical and healthcare providers. So I'm really pretty inspired by work across the agency to adjust to this new reality. We have a agency-wide COVID task force. It was meeting daily. Now we're meeting twice weekly. Leslie is on that team. So we are coordinating across the agencies I think increasingly we're focused on what does our go forward plan look like in the coming months and coming weeks and the coming months. Governor Newsom put out very clearly 6 indicators that will help us move back towards normalcy, including things like expanding testing and contact tracing by community, ensuring that as we go back to normal activities for the near future, we can physically distance. And so our teams across, including your staff, is going to be developing plans here in coming days and weeks to really figure out as we transition, our economic activity back following public health guidance, what does that look like? What does the workplace at the flood board look like in coming weeks and months? Recognizing that, we will still be contending with the virus even as we return to economic activity. So that's the big picture on the response to the pandemic. I'm really thankful that you all have continued to focus on moving forward the work. The governor's been very clear that the public expects its taxpayer dollars to continue to provide value, and actually we need to continue our work. If you think about your core mission, which is protecting public safety through flood investments, at least that's how one of your key priorities that I understand. You think about that, we really can't stop that work given the ongoing vulnerability we have to flooding, likewise to drought, to wildfire, to sea level rise, et cetera. So just a note of appreciation, Bill and board members. Thank you for your patience in contending with this online format for meetings, and big thanks to Leslie and the staff team for continuing to remain quite productive, while working remotely. Bill, I'd be happy to answer any questions that your board may have. I'll note that we have our morning cabinet call with the governor on this topic at 9:30, so I'll have to slip off in about 10 minutes, but glad to share any perspectives if you have questions on either COVID response or more broadly flood and water policy.
Thank you, Secretary. I appreciate that. Ryan or Leslie, do you have any individuals that want to speak, or board members at this point?
Check the list, Mr. President. I don't see any hands.
Okay, any members of the board?
I don't have any comments either.
Okay, any questions from the board members at this point? Mr. Secretary, just for your information, the newest board member, who was just appointed by Governor Newsom, is Brian Johnson, who's with us, and members Mike Valines, or not Mike Valines, Tim Ramirez and Joe Countryman were just recently reappointed, for your information.
Yeah, I want to congratulate the 3 members, both the 2 that were reappointed, and then of course Brian, who was just appointed. I know folks on your board, know some folks on your board fairly well, and others just getting to know. But Brian and I have had the benefit of working together for quite a long time, and as you know, we're really excited about the potential of flood investments to really provide for multiple benefits. Obviously to protect public safety, but also where feasible to actually generate environmental habitat that'll be quite helpful to restoring our environment, and then also, while restoring our environment, building certainty on water supply. And then also, of course, where we can expand floodplains seasonally. In some cases, it is helpful in groundwater recharge. So anyways, I know Brian brings a passion for those multi-benefit flood projects, as I know many of you do, and really just excited to work together. I'll say that your folks have really helped educate me on flood policy and flood investments. And I think I'm really passionate about continuing to make the investments, the funding investments we need to in doing our part to keep our flood safety system intact, but then also doing the planning and the policy to make sure we're really optimizing those investments. So again, Bill and entire board members, thank you for your service. I know it's there's a lot going on probably in your own personal lives as we navigate this unprecedented crisis, and just appreciate you keeping your eye on the ball with the mission that you have at the Flood Board.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. One of the things that we're finding to be a challenge, I think, is implied in the water resiliency plan that, of course, the governor has proposed and we're on our way to implementing, is trying to knit these various plans that we have together in some sort of a coherent water management plan itself. We're working closely now with the Sigma group to see if there's some information, material, and data that they've prepared that we can use in our upcoming flood plan update. And of course, the water plan is one of those issues also. And there are many other plans that we have that we're trying to knit together that will hopefully end up in what's contemplated in the water resiliency plan. We're finding that to be quite a challenge, but I think the end product will be something that really we've been seeking for more than 20 years that I know, and that is one single comprehensive water management plan for the state. And that's, of course, a lofty goal, but I think at least we're beginning to knit those pieces together, which is an effort in itself, because we all have biases, we all have vested interests in what we've done already, and you know that already. But this will be quite a challenge for all of us in all of the areas as we begin to work across and horizontally across the agency.
Mr. President, I did have a comment from Jane Dolan, if we could unmute her mic.
Okay. Jane?
Thank you, Secretary, for taking the time to speak to us. We all need to work together. We are working together, and appreciate your leadership.
Well, thank you. And I really appreciate Bill's comment. It's insightful and entirely necessary. I think one of our challenges in government generally is our silos. And, you know, division of labor exists for good reason. You need your folks that are focused on flood investments, and you also need folks that are focused on water supply investments. But, you know, we really desperately need in this state more integration across these different sort of areas of focus within water policy. And so I'm really passionate about supporting your efforts. And I think the verb you use, knit, you know, knitting together these plans. Obviously, there's details, for example, in your plan, your Central Valley flood protection plan, that need to you really need to go deep on that plan. And so there can be multiple plans that we have, but knitting them together in a coherent way makes sense. And the fact that we have, I mean, I've said this publicly before, the fact that we have a water plan and separately we have a flood plan, and in, you know, over decades, they weren't really joined together, or at least, you know, crosswalked, has been, I think, a limiting factor in our ability to make, you know, optimized investments. So I'll just say I really appreciate your effort on this. Keep me looped in. If there's anything I can do from the Secretary's office to either encourage that level of integration or even institutionalize it, I would be glad to consider that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Leslie, any other closing comments?
I just have my regular announcements, Mr. President.
No, we were going to let the Secretary sign off at this point, I think.
I'm going to slip off. Thanks again for all your good work, and good luck with this meeting and in coming weeks.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, under this, we're still on item 1, welcome introductions and announcements. I think, Leslie, you have some announcements to make.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do. You know, one of the favorite things we do at board meetings is introduce our new staff. If I could have Ryan share his screen, since we can't do it in person, I do have 3 new staff members I wanted to introduce to you. He was going to put up their picture, so at least you'll see what they look like. The first is Zach Ramsey. He's joined our inspection section. He's a graduate of Humboldt State, 2 years experience working as a transportation engineer with Caltrans up in Eureka. So we're happy to have Zach join our team. We also have, next up, Charlie Miller. He's joined our enforcement section, and that's under Angeles. He is worked at several engineering consulting firms, including MGE Engineering and Civil Engineering Solutions. And he is also fluent in German, so I'm looking forward to learning some German from him. Our third new member has joined what we're calling our Sacramento Levee section, that is doing the work along the Sacramento and American rivers. It's Kaushal Sharma. He joins us after working at GEI Consultants in Sacramento as a project engineer on several water resources projects. So we welcome all 3 of them. I have one sad announcement though, and I see Catherine is on. Our wonderful assembly liaison, Catherine Freeman, is leaving the assembly and is going to join CSAC. So I thought maybe she could, we could certainly say how much we are going to miss her work with us, and we'll look forward to hearing other great things from you, Catherine.
Thank you, Leslie. And I just wanted to say thank you to President Edgar and Vice President Dolan, and especially to all the members of the board who've just made it so warm and welcoming for me to join the board and learn about what you do. Flood protection is one of the passions of my heart. And I think that the work that the board does is just so important now and other times. Now as it's a little bit dry, and then as we do our repairs, and then when we need it the most, when it's wet. So I hope that I get to stay in touch with you folks, and I look forward to the good work that you do. So thank you so much. And thank you to Executive Director Leslie Gallagher, who's just a wonderful person to work with.
Well, we're certainly going to miss you, Catherine.
Thank you.
I would second that. Sorry to see you leave, Catherine, but good luck on your future endeavors.
Thanks.
Yeah, me too, Catherine. Thanks for everything.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, regarding the agenda items themselves, I'll just briefly go over them. Vice President Dolan, under item 3, will be presenting the minutes of our February 28th regular board meeting to the board for your approval. Obviously, this is the approval of the minutes are going to be an action item for the board. Next, we have our consent calendar, which is item 5, and has 3 items on the agenda this morning. And I've been told that all 3 items are in order, and therefore, unless someone decides to remove 5A, 5B, or 5C from the consent calendar, or the public desires that one of these items be discussed separately, we will be approving 5A, B, and C with a single motion. Obviously, this is going to be an action item for the board. Under the Department of Water Resources items, and there are 4 today, Jeremy Erich who is the chief of the Division of Flood Management, has submitted the written monthly report from the Department of Water Resources for the board's review and information. Jeremy and some others will be making a presentation under this board item. And then under item 7B, the Big Notch project in the Yolo bypass, Ali Porba and the board staff will, as well as Manny Bahia will be making from DWR will be making presentations on this matter. Then under item 7C, the annual maintenance area budgets, Mark List will have his normal report on this matter. This will be an action item for the board this morning. And finally, under 7D, Deb Biswa, the board staff, Paul Bruner of Trillia, Three Rivers Levee Improvement Authority, and Lori Almira Chu will have a status report on the proposed 502-acre Feather River setback mitigation bank project. Then under board items, we have 4 items today. Leslie has the board's committee and assignment liaison assignment update. This will be an action item for the board and probably will be an ongoing item since we have a vacancy, and this list will be adjusted probably when we get a new member appointed on the board. Then under item 8B, the SSJDD Assessment District feasibility study will be summarized by Ruth Darling as well as members of the project team. They will present an update of the study and how it's proceeding. This is a very important project for the board, although I'm thinking the money might have been swapped up already for another project, but we'll see. Then under item 8C, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, Groundwater Sustainability Plan, Ruth Darling and Jennifer Callis will present an update of that study to the board for the board's information. Then under item 8D, SJAFCA's project update, Ali Porba and Chris Elias of SJAFCA will present an update of the current projects that are underway for by SJAFCA for the board. So this should be an interesting item, interesting meeting this morning. So let's get on with it. Members were on item 2, and Ryan, if you could call the roll, please. So we'll formally have the roll determined for the board to make sure we have a quorum, please.
Board Member Johnson.
Here. Good morning, everybody.
Board Member Ramirez.
Here.
Board Member Valines.
Here.
Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Vice President Dolan.
Here.
President Edgar.
I'm here. Thanks, Ryan. We have a quorum today and a full board, 1 vacancy this morning. Item 3, members were on item 3, the minutes of our February 28th regular board business meeting. For everyone's information, this is an action item. Ms. Dolan, our board vice president and secretary, has this item. Jane, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Despite my effort to be perfect, I need to highlight corrections to be made. February 28th, 2020, we had 7 board members. So if I indicated a vote tally as the vote being 6 to 0 to 1 vacant, that would be incorrect. The only time 6 to 0 to 1 would be correct is the approval of the December minutes, and that 1 would have been an abstention, as our newest board member did not attend in December. So I think that they have been corrected online and perhaps sent out with the latest package, but I wanted to note that. Other than that, I think they are in order. So I'm going to count only to 3 before I make a motion. Does anyone have any comments on it? 1, 2, 3. Then I would move approval as corrected to February 28th, 2020.
Thank you, Jane. Do we have a second?
Second.
Was that Tim or Brian? I couldn't pick.
Brian.
Brian, thank you, Brian. So it's moved by Secretary Dolan, seconded by Brian Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Do you have anyone from the public who wants to address the minutes, Leslie or Brian?
I do not, Mr. President.
Okay. Bring it back to the board. We have all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then opposed, no. Okay. The minutes are approved. Item 4, we're on item 4. Leslie, do you have any comments on the agenda for today's meeting other than what we've talked about already that I may have missed in my introductory comments?
Just to point out, Mr. President, that on item 5A, permit number 19316, we still do not have the core letter. However, I'm told it's routing and we expect no additional conditions.
Okay, thank you. So as I said, we have 3 items on the consent calendar this morning. I've been told they're in order. Does anyone, the items we have are 5A, which is a permit in Butte County, Department of Public Works for to remove 2 bridges and replace them with a single cast in place post-tension bridge. This is in Butte County. Item 5B, permit number 19433, is to authorize an existing landside mitigation ditch, irrigation ditch, in the east bank of the San Joaquin River in Stanislaus County. This is northeast of the town of Crow's Landing. And the final permit, 19487 for the city of Stockton, is to authorize the existing bridge over Mormon Slough. The project is located in San Joaquin County. So if we are knowledgeable about those projects, I'd like to see if there's any comments from the board. I see none. And are there any comments from the public on items 5A, B, or C?
I don't see anything in the queue, Mr. President.
Okay. Members, may I have a motion and a second on the 3 items on the consent calendar?
This is Dolan. I would move approval.
Okay, moved by Secretary Dolan, seconded by Joe Countryman. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
We've got all ayes. Opposed? Okay, this consent calendar has been approved unanimously. Members, were on item 6, which is the public comments not on the agenda. If anyone has any comments or wants to make any remarks to the board, please note, give your comments to Leslie and we'll be ready to unmute your speaker. Does anyone have any comments, or do you have any speakers requests, Leslie or Brian?
I would just ask Ryan if we received any online virtual requests in since we posted the last 10 days.
I have not, Leslie.
I don't see anything in the queue, Mr. President.
Okay, we'll move then to item 7, which is our Department of Water Resources reports today. And under item 7A, Jeremy Erich, Chief of the Division of Flood Management, has submitted his written report for the board review and information, and Jeremy has some others that will be making additional presentations. But Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Edgar. I was planning to share my screen, but it looks like Ryan is taking care of the screen sharing. So
yeah, he's going to take care of all the presentations, I think.
Great. Okay.
Okay.
One less thing I have to worry about doing. Well, good morning, President. Good morning, President Edgar and members. My name is Jeremy Erich with the Department of Water Resources, Chief of the Division of Flood Management. Thank you for having me today to give an update on activities. I wasn't here virtually in person last month, as we just submitted the last month, as President Edgar mentioned. But it's certainly been an interesting and challenging month as the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of us. Today I'm going to cover a few topics. I'm going to talk about how the COVID-19 pandemic has, how we've been managing our programs and projects the current situation. Mark List will follow me today with the maintenance area budget presentation. I'll give a quick status update of the Proposition 1E commitments as our deadline is looming upon us. I'll cover a few slides on the recent Watershed University Summit, as well as a fairly uneventful flood season. And then as part of my actual presentation, Sean Guzman is he has about 3 slides to talk about the 120 water supply forecasting for the water year. So if you could advance to the next slide. Thank you. So, and as Secretary Crowfoot so eloquently put it, California has responded aggressively to the COVID-19 pandemic to preserve public health and safety. And the Department of Water Resources is responsible for several critical and essential operations within state government. This includes operation of the state project, including the safe and reliable delivery of water. We have responsibilities for statewide regulation of about 150 non-federal dams through our Division of Dam Safety, and then our Division of Flood Management and other parts of the department with our new multi-benefit division or division initiatives, operation and continuation of flood management facilities and programs. And I want to focus a little bit on the third, on flood management. Likely know flood management systems are considered critical infrastructure by the Department of Homeland Security within the dams sector. And to preserve safety, the Division of Flood Management must continue to operate and perform its critical and essential functions, which include statewide emergency response to flood events and levee incidents, project implementation of critical system-wide and urban flood risk reduction projects, as well as levee repair, floodplain risk management and emergency planning efforts. We perform construction oversight and flood system inspections, and the continued and safe operation of the state plan of flood control facilities. And then finally, environmental protection and enhancement. So a number that are certainly critical to the operations of the work that we're responsible for. Out of the division's 244 employees, we have a little over 200 telework agreements in place. That was quite a feat to try to get through that process. 82 of our staff are considered essential. So while some of them have telework agreements, most of them are reporting out to the field or to a specific job site, such as our flood maintenance yards, our levee inspectors, our river forecasters, snow surveyors, et cetera. So DFN conducts essential public described on a daily basis, and one of our primary missions, as you all know, is to remain prepared to respond to any emergency at any time. COVID-19 pandemic, it's critical that the division increases our level of readiness. The department has done pandemic planning. We just it hasn't filtered down to a detailed level, division by division, and is not something that was, certainly not something that was on my radar, anything that even really heard discussed in my 15 plus years working in flood management. So amidst all the logistics of trying to get our employees set up for continuing to implement our day-to-day programs and projects, we've been preparing contingency and response plans both to minimize respond to any potential COVID-19 impacts to not only our staff, but our facilities, our programs, our projects, and our real-time operation. And fortunately, while we haven't experienced any significant impacts to date, we do need to be ready to adjust notice. For example, we found out in late March that 2 of our snow survey cooperators, Forest Service and PG&E, were unable to conduct their April 1st manual snow course surveys due to COVID-19 related concerns that their organizations had. These snow courses typically surveyed by these two cooperators account for about 1/3. Needless to say, this left a significant data gap in some areas that we were looking to figure out how to fill, particularly in the Feather River Basin above Lake Oroville, where it was important for us to collect the data, especially since the April measurements are very important of our Bulletin 120 forecasts. And we looked at a number of alternatives to collecting that data, but on only one day's notice, our Department of Water Resources Oroville Field Division, who regularly conducts manual snow surveys for 10 of the courses on behalf of our 10 of, I think, about 260 or so courses we have, they stepped up and completed 7 of PG&E's 13 Feather Basin surveys over the weekend following the April 1st survey. So we discussed it with them on Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon, and they were out there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday conducting those surveys to fill a crucial data gap that we had. Their response was obviously swift, and thanks to the Oroville Field Division, our Bulletin 120 forecasters had April snow measurement data for 20 out of the 25 courses in the basin for their forecast calculations. We do expect the effects of COVID-19 to next flood season. We have to prepare for the worst, and we will continue planning for the unexpected, and we'll be ready to respond to any and all flood events, our new normal, whatever that may look like. And we'll just continue the planning as we move through the course of this year. We'll be in, situation and we need to have multiple plans for being able to handle things. Next slide. Really quick here, just as a reminder, Mark List will deliver a detailed presentation regarding the requesting that the board adopt 2020-21 fiscal year budget that DWR has prepared for the 10 maintenance areas that DWR is responsible for. This has been annual briefing for quite a number of years, so look forward to hearing Mark's presentation there. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. Position 1E goes. I thought I'd put this in here. As most folks know, we're coming to the end of the Proposition 1E bond era. There's a deadline knocking at our door to commit all of the remaining funds, and I thought it'd be good to highlight the status of where we're at. First, as a quick matter of background, just Proposition 1E was the Disaster Preparedness and Flood Prevention Bond Act. It was passed by voters in 2006, authorizing about $4.9 billion in bond funds to essentially rebuild and repair California's most vulnerable flood control structures, homes, prevent loss of life, etc. So the final date by which we have to commit these funds of this year, 2 months away, and then we have 3 years to liquidate those funds. We are on track to commit the remaining funds this year. We have about $217 million remaining to be committed. So we're working hard right now to get that money committed. You can go to the next slide, please. And the next slide just shows some of the major programming we still have funding to commit. Our urban flood risk reduction program, our system-wide program, our statewide flood program, our small communities flood risk reduction program, some money remaining in our flood emergency response, levee repairs. There's a few others that I didn't list that make up the smaller amounts. But I want to point out that just because this money will be committed by the end of June doesn't mean that work will stop. Committing funds is only the first step in really implementing a program or a project, and many months, if not the full 3 years we have to liquidate the money, will be spent on program administration, project management, and implementation. Actually, get all the Prop 1E money liquidated by the June 2023 deadline. So June June, we'll kind of refocus our energy from a budget perspective on tracking our liquidation of the expenditures and not worrying about the commitments. But the good news is we've had a plan for quite some time to get the money committed. We have contingency plans and backup plans. All the money that remains is spoken for. There's projects that are actively committing the money. I mentioned about 217 million remaining to be committed. That was by the end of, or as of the end of March. So we've already committed tens of millions more since then, and we'll continue that moving forward. You can go to the next slide, please. So this a little bit ago, April 21st and 22nd, the California Silver Jackets held a Watershed University Summit. As a reminder, I believe last October I briefed the board on the Watershed University, but just as a reminder, the Watershed University was born in the California Silver Jackets program, and it's really it's a free event that provides education and networking opportunities for California professionals in plain management, water management, emergency management, and related fields. So it's been a very successful program. I've highlighted in the past some of the university topics that have been discussed month by month. They're all available online to view. There's a YouTube channel where you can past discussions as well as this summit. This summit was intended to bring together local, state, federal, non-governmental, tribal water management entities together to facilitate greater networking and information exchange. And as the COVID started increasing in California, the United States Army Corps of Engineers leadership made an executive decision to convert this physical meeting, what would have been a meeting, to a virtual meeting. Pretty heavy lift for a two-day summit, but they began preparing a virtual meeting using WebEx, and turned out to be very successful. There were more than 400 total participants, with about 150 participants in time. A very impressive accomplishment from my perspective to pull this off. I was only able to watch maybe one presentation, and personally I want to go back and look at some of the other presentations. As I've heard, they were just really well thought through and well delivered. The themes here, I apologize for the small font, but there were 8 themes. I'm not going to run through them, but you can see the types of things that were talked about, all presented by various entities and individuals. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to highlight one of the presentations that we did for based on our Headwaters to Floodplains Safety Partnership, which, as a reminder, is a collaborative partnership among public agencies, all with a common goal to really reduce California's exposure to flood and reduce the consequences of flooding through pretty robust collaboration. So I want to give Mike Mearswell credit for really getting this program running and launched over this last 6 to 8 months. And for an example of how virtual meeting spaces can and educational, again, Mike Mearswell, chief of our floodplain management office in DWR, he conducted a Jeopardy themed presentation on Waters to Floodplains program. He was joined by Brent Seamer with Simi Valley, Jose Laura with Cal OES, and with FEMA, to really create a flood-focused version of the popular game show Jeopardy, and as part of their demonstration of the value of partnerships and the collaboration that a program like Headwaters to Floodplains brings to the table. You can go to the next. So the way this was organized, Mike, here's what he calls his Jeopardy Clue Crew, hard to say, created a matrix of questions organized around the Headwaters to Floodplains focus area. Members of the audience were able to use the chat on the virtual environment to help the contestants answer questions related to flood management, had an opportunity to ask their own questions. They told me that there were actually flood risk awareness commercial breaks during, so I look forward to looking back on this one. And the team is preparing to do what they're calling a double jeopardy round of this presentation at the September Floodplain Management Association conference, which will be held in Sacramento. Whether that's a physical conference or a virtual conference, I'll out those details now. So Mike has some more tricks up his sleeve. I'm sure that those of you that know Mike are not surprised to hear that. He's a very creative individual, great leader, and appreciate his efforts here to make this this virtual environment as fun and educational as possible. I heard the audience members really enjoyed this this type of interaction, and they learned a lot and they got to play along, and so it's overall success. Next slide, please. So as far as 2019-2020 flood season, the flood season has ended. I believe it was April 14th or 15th was the end, marks the end of the flood season. We wanted to share just a few highlights on this somewhat uneventful season. So this Anderson, our state climatologist. This graphic here was produced by our partners at the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, known as CW3E. Shows the locations of atmospheric river landfalls for the past wet season. And as you can see from the graphic, most activity was to the north of California, and the lack of atmospheric rivers really explains the dry outcome for this water year. And Sean de Guzman will go into a little bit more of this here shortly. But even so, high water occurred in a few locations, primarily in the Southern California, San Diego area, where atmospheric river, did hit that part of California. Areas across the state did experience localized flooding, minor localized flooding from individuals, but no significant impacts. None of our Sacramento Valley State Plan of Flood Control weirs flowed this year. So I think that's a sign that of the type of water year we had. Next slide, I would like to introduce, and I'll turn it over to Sean here in a second, just to give him a heads up, but you most likely know Sean as our chief snow surveyor, most often seen on Facebook Live and on the local news, following our monthly Phillips Station Snow Course survey in the Sierra Nevada. 50 up there at the base of the entrance to the Sierra Nevada ski resort. I think now it's called Sierra at Tahoe. The snow surveys are typically done January through April on a monthly basis. Sometimes we go into May, depending on the type of snowpack and water year we have. But Sean's work also includes hydrologic monitoring and forecasting, because in addition to snow surveys, Sean works on Data Exchange Center, our gauge network maintenance, and our weather stations, water supply forecasting, as well as river forecasting. I want to give you an overview of this water year's snowpack and water supply forecast. And following Sean's brief presentation, entertain any questions, unless you would like to ask questions now.
Let's go on with Sean's presentation, Jeremy, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and advance to the next slide. Like Jeremy said, thank you all for having me. My name is Sean de Guzman. I am the Chief of Snow Surveys and Water Supply Forecasting at DWR. So what we're looking at here are just our typical regional snowpack plots based on our automated snow sensor network made up of roughly 130 different snow sensors. We have up and down the Sierra Nevada and Southern Cascades here. That's what that map is on the right side. On the left side, what you're looking at is our 3-panel plots for our northern Central and Southern Sierra Nevada. So basically, the storms in March and the first week of April didn't actually bring any kind of miracle amounts, but generated moderate to welcome gains to the statewide snowpack. And as of April 22nd, which was this past Wednesday, the statewide snowpack improved to 51% of the April 1 average. And April 1 is typically when the snowpack is at its peak in terms of snow water content. So that's why we always kind of refer to everything as April 1. I like to think of April 1 as a filling up of a bucket. So in fact, the snowpack actually peaked on April 9th this year at 64% of the April 1 average, or 66% of average to date. And it has been slowly melting off ever since over the past 2 weeks, as you can see. The 3-panel plots here, the bolded blue line is our current water year 2020. So you can kind of see just slightly after April 1, that's right when the snowpack peaked, right on April 9th. And it has been slowly melting off, especially in the Northern Sierra, which includes the Feather River Basin and everything north of that. So basically, if you look broken down by the different regions, as of April 22nd, we were 45% of the April 1 average in the Northern Sierra, 57% in the Central Sierra, and 53% in the Southern Sierra. The snowpack actually looked a lot more bleak through January and February when the snowpack was actually just hovering just under 40% of the April 1 average. But statewide, like I said, just as of 2 days ago, our snowpack was 51% of the April 1 average. So you can, next slide there, Ryan. So what we're looking at here is our Water Supply Index Forecast, or WSI for short. This is for conditions as of April 1, 2020. So this includes snow, precipitation, and runoff data through the morning of April 1st. So it it includes some of the moderate gains in precip and snowpack during March, but not necessarily anything after April 1st. So the runoff forecast for the year, for the water year, all the way through October 1st of 2019 through September 30th of 2020, barely moved up March into April. So on the left side, what we're looking at is the Sacramento Valley Water Year Type Index. And then on the right side, we're looking at the San Joaquin Valley Water Year Type Index. So on the left side of this slide, if you kind of look down that middle column there where it's boxed off there, we're looking at that 50% exceedance forecast for April 1, which is boxed off at 6.0. That would be a forecast of a dry water year for the Sacramento Valley, which would include runoff all the way with Sacramento River Bend Bridge, the Feather River, the Yuba River, as well as the river. Our forecast for April 1 on the San Joaquin Valley Water Year Type Index was a little bit more difficult to do because it is sitting right on that threshold between critical and dry. So on the right side, we actually use the 75% exceedance forecast for the San Joaquin. So if you look at that column of numbers on the right side for 75%, you can see it's actually boxed off there for 2.1, which would be our forecast of our San Joaquin Valley Water Year Type Index at 2.1, which would actually make it critical. The threshold to bump into a dry water year for the San Joaquin is actually at 2.1, but if you actually expanded out those numbers, that number was actually about 2.047. So technically it was still within that critical water year type. It's still too early to tell where our forecast will be on May 1 with our May 1 water supply forecast. But we're looking into it right now as a team, and there are quite a few decisions that are made based off of this water year type. So go ahead and go to the next slide. This is the latest Bulletin 120 forecast as of April 21st of 2020. If you're unfamiliar with our Bulletin 120, what we're mainly looking for is that seasonal runoff forecast, or that April through July runoff volume into the major river basins of California. So on the left side, each bar is each of the watershed's median forecast. So the 50% exceedance forecast of that April through July runoff volume in thousands of acre feet. And then on the right side, it shows the watersheds delineated and their respected percent of average for that forecast. And so this is conditions as of April 21st as well. In terms of the colors, the redder the color, the darker the red the color, the lower in percent of averages it is. You can see the sliding scale. You know, if it were blue, it would be above average. Just a month ago, these were a pretty dark red, but now just as of with the recent storms, especially in the southern Sierras, we've actually improved our forecast quite a bit. And the forecasts are ranging anywhere near 40% up near the Trinity in the northern Sierra, but for most of the northern Sierra, we're right near 70% of average for April through July runoff. And the central and southern Sierras are doing not as well, but have definitely improved just over the past few weeks in terms of forecasted runoff for the remainder of the water year. And next slide. I think that's all I have. So I'll turn it back over to Jeremy.
All right, thank you, Sean. Well, that wraps up our DWR report. From my perspective, I'd be happy to entertain any questions. Does anyone have?
Any questions from the board members, Leslie or Ryan?
I have a question. Joe.
Joe?
On this last presentation, I'm trying to recall, I know that for the salmon recovery on the San Joaquin, it's very hinges on what that critical or dry condition is on how much water needs to be released from Fryon. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer that. Yes, and that's why we've actually been looking really, really close at this number. We've been making some preliminary estimates of where this threshold may be come May 1, especially with a lot of those storms hitting just that southern Sierra and just barely getting in the San Joaquin River watershed. But like I said, it's still too early to tell, but there are quite a few decisions made with this May 1 forecast. So we're looking at it with a bigger microscope.
Could you elaborate at all on what the consequences are of the difference between just a critical and a dry forecast is?
Sure. If you, Ryan, if you want to go back maybe 2 slides, I might be able to help a little bit more. Yeah, this one. So I'll talk mainly on the San Joaquin Valley Water Year Index. So our threshold is between critical and dry is at 2.1. If it's equal to 2.1 or above, that would actually put it into the dry category. There are so many different regulations based off of this forecast where that we know and actually don't know. And part of the reason we don't want to know some of these regulations are because we need to be able to complete these forecasts as unbiased as possible. This would include anything like state water project allocations, anything like that, fishery flows. That's why we need my team and our group. We put these forecasts out as unbiased as possible. We have an idea of, you know, that it does affect things like that, and we've actually been in talks with those folks. Let them know that we're going to put out the number as is, and we're not going to adjust a forecast just because they may be able to deliver more water.
Okay, I know it's a pretty big deal. I know that.
Okay, thank you. Jeremy, I had a question on the budget, the uncommitted money for proposition for the leftover money from the proposition. Are any of those funds related to any of the board activities?
President Edgar, good question. And just to clarify, they're not leftover funds.
Yeah,
Are spoken for. I know you didn't mean it that way, just to clarify for the audience. So by board activities, there are some funds remaining that need to be committed for some of our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects. Since the end of March number that I mentioned, we have committed tens of millions of that so far. We just run until the end of April, but there are some of the core projects, but those are the first that are being committed. I think by the end of this month, we will have pretty much all the funds committed to our pretty much most of our urban programs. Does that answer your question?
well, I was thinking more of this priority that the Corps has for getting these projects done for the use of the money that they have that has to be committed. Are we meeting our obligations for the state match?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's basically my
There-
question.
Yeah, and there's multiple sources of funding. Proposition 1E is only one of the sources of funding that we use for projects. But yes, we're meeting our cost share. We have to remain in cost share balance as those projects move forward.
Okay. Any other questions from the board members or the public, Leslie or Ryan?
So, Mr. President, if I could just take one moment to remind folks on the phone, if you do want to make a comment, there is a way to do that. You go to the participant list and click on your own name, and there'll be a little hand that raises, and I can see those and call out your name to speak. I don't see anything at the present time from my end, Mr. President.
I don't see anything either.
Okay, anything from the board members? Okay, thank you, Jeremy.
All right, thank you. I'll stay on, but take care, everyone.
Okay. We'll then move on to item 7B, which is the Yolo Bypass Big Notch project. And I think Ali has this report to introduce, and then Manny Bahia will take it from there. So Ali?
Thank you, President Edgar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Ali Pourbaha, staff of the board. Department of Water Resources intends to make structural changes to the Fremont Weir. They want to install gated notches to allow controlled flow from Sacramento River to Yolo Bypass. They want to do it for 3 reasons. The first is to comply with the state and federal mandates for State Water Project and Central Valley Project. The second reason is to create critical floodplain habitat. And the last reason is to improve mitigation corridor for fish. Since Fremont Weir is a key component of the state plan of flood control system, we need to initiate review under Section 408 with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So today, Department of Water Resources will provide an informational briefing of the project in preparation of the no objection letter request for board consideration during board meeting in May. Now, I would like to introduce Manny Bahia, a senior engineer with Department of Water Resources, to present the project details. I'm available here if there's any question.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Ali. Good morning, Mr. President and board members. On behalf of the DWR team and the Bureau of Reclamation team that's been working on this project, we want to thank you for this opportunity. This Big Notch project is a vital restoration project, and as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned about integrating restoration projects with flood projects, this project does a good job of knitting those two together. So we're thankful for this opportunity. Slide. So today I will be going over the project location, purpose, background, components, project operations, and key analyses as they pertain to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board's interests, project schedule, and then next step. Next slide, Ryan. So the project is located in the Yellow Bypass. The Yellow Bypass is a key component of the state plan of flood control. The Yellow Bypass receives excess Sacramento River flow from Fremont Weir and Sacramento Weir, or at Sacramento Weir and Fremont Weir. The Yellow Bypass is approximately 40 miles long and 2 to 3 miles wide. The Yellow Bypass does receive near year-round flow from Night Sign and Ridgecut, Cache Creek, Willow Slough, and Buda Creek. These are 4 tributaries that are located on the west side of the Yellow Bypass, and they also contribute some flows into the Yellow Bypass. Next slide, Ryan. More specifically, the project is located at Fremont Weir and the surrounding area. The Fremont Weir is the northernmost feature of the Yellow Bypass. It's adjacent to the Sacramento River. It's a approximately 2-mile long fixed crest weir, which means as the river levels rise, water passively flows over the weir and into the Yellow Bypass. And this happens typically 2 out of every 3 years. However, our recent forecast has been more aggressive. In the last 6 years, the Fremont Weir has overtopped 5 times. The Fremont Weir is designed to receive 343,000 CFS from Sacramento River and the Sutter Bypass, which is just north of the Fremont Weir and the Yellow Bypass. Next slide, please. So here's a picture of Fremont Weir. Again, it's a fixed crest weir. It's approximately 6 feet tall, and it bifurcates the Yellow Bypass and the Sacramento River. So Sacramento River is to the right of your screen, and when the water levels rise beyond the capacity of the river at that location, water flows south into the Yellow Bypass. And from a fisheries perspective, what's going on here is juvenile fish often swim past this location and don't get the opportunity to enter the Yellow Bypass to experience the floodplain benefits within the Yellow Bypass, because it takes a significant volume of water to flow into the Yellow Bypass. And then additionally, fish that enter the Yellow Bypass at its southern end in Rio Vista swim to this location and often cannot maneuver over the 6-foot-tall weir and cannot make it to their spawning grounds. And that's where this project comes into play. Next slide, please. So the Bureau of Reclamation and DWR are implementing this project to comply with state and federal mandates for the State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations, more specifically for compliance with the Endangered Species Act and the California Endangered Species Act. As Ali mentioned earlier, the 2 objectives are to create critical floodplain habitat for juvenile fish, improve migration corridor for adult fish. Slide. So funding for the project, implementation and operations will come from the State Water Project and the Bureau of Reclamation. Project planning began in 2012 with the environmental document preparation, which concluded in 2019. This effort lasted 7 years, and that's mostly because DWR and Reclamation implemented an extensive stakeholder outreach process. There was numerous and regularly occurring stakeholder meetings in which the project team solicited feedback in regards to the project alternatives and the scope. In fact, 3 of the 6 alternatives considered in the environmental document were developed by landowners and NGOs. Next slide, please. So I'm going to briefly describe the project components, and then I'll expand on them in the next 2 slides. The primary feature of the project is the primary headwork structures, which will be located on the east side of the Fremont Weir. And this, in essence, is what we refer to as the Big Notch. There will be an excavated channel that connects the river to this structure, a control building that will allow us to operate the structure, a pedestrian bridge that will maintain access from the west side of the structure to the east side of the structure. And then there will also be a channel that connects this structure to the Yolo bypass to tie into the existing elevations of the low flow channels in the Yolo bypass. The current analysis is showing that a cutoff wall may be needed in the East Yolo bypass, where we'll be excavating adjacent to the Yolo bypass levee. Further analysis on this is being done, and we're coordinating closely with board staff and the Army Corps of Engineers on this matter. And then also there is a agricultural diversion just at the southern extent of the state Fremont Weir Wildlife Area. This is a water delivery system that the landowners on the land side of the Yolo bypass utilize. This structure will be modified to be an invert siphon, which will improve fish passage upstream within the Yolo bypass and then maintain that water delivery component for the landowner. And then the last component is a supplemental fish passage, which is on the west side of the Fremont Weir. And this will essentially function as a drain to empty out the water and fish that remain in the energy dissipation basin after an overtopping event. Next slide, please, Ryan. So here's a close-up look of the features and how they are oriented with each other. Again, the cutoff wall there is being evaluated for further consideration. The control building is on top of the East Yolo bypass levee. Next slide. And here's a closer look at agricultural road crossing 1 and the improvements surrounding that area. The blue trapezoidal channel there is called out to improve connection between the existing Tule Pond shown in the top of the figure there and the rest of the Tule Canal, so fish can migrate upstream and downstream. Next slide, please. So here's a look at the headwork structure, and this will be essentially the big notch. It'll consist of 3 gates and 3 bays. The deepest bay will be 18 feet and 34 feet wide, and there will be 2 shallower bays that'll be 14 feet deep and 27 feet wide. The foundation of the structure will be built on 24-inch square precast concrete piles with an approximate depth of 75 feet or 85 feet to an elevation of negative 75 feet. The gate type that's being considered right now are pneumatic air bladder gates. The project team is working on 30% design and fine-tuning that element. The top of the headwork structure or the gates will be matching the existing elevation of the weir, which is approximately 32 feet. Next slide, please. So the project gates will be operated between November 1st and March 15th. And when the river is high enough, flow will naturally enter the Yolo bypass through the gated structure. The peak flow through the structure would be 6,000 CFS prior to the Fremont Weir overtopping. However, it all depends on the stage in the river. So as the river levels rise, the amount of flow through the notch will increase. The average flow during this period of time of November 1st and March 15th, when Fremont Weir is not overtopping, will be 1,000 to 2,000 CFS. Next slide, please. So here's a further explanation on how the structure will operate. So when the river level is too low, you won't have any flow coming through the structure. And as river stages rise to 18 feet, you'll have approximately 200 CFS coming through the structure. And as the river levels continue to rise to an elevation of 24 feet, you'll have approximately 25,000 CFS come through the structure. And just prior to Fremont Weir overtopping, you have approximately 6,500 CFS coming through the structure. Next slide, please. So for the environmental document, a hydraulic impact analysis was performed. For this effort, we use a CV-fed hydraulic model and hydrology. The 1997 water year event was scaled down to 85% to represent the 1957 design profile, which is approximately 343,000 CFS. The results indicated that the peak flow increase due to this project would be approximately 200 CFS. And then the resulting water surface elevation increases in the yellow bypass would be 300ths of a foot or less. And this is mostly because the system is pretty much backwatered. The tailwater conditions in Rio Vista don't really allow for these small geometry changes to divert additional water into the yellow bypass. And thus, we're not seeing any changes to water surface elevation in the yellow bypass that cause any concern. Next slide, please. So to evaluate the effects of inundation in the yellow bypass, a two-dimensional hydraulic model was created, and water years 1997 through 2012 were modeled. And the figures to the right show that the typical increase in wetted days would be 10 to 15 days. Those are the orange colors, the light orange colors you're seeing on the first graph there. And the typical increase in depth would be half a foot, and that's the light blue color there. Again, this is average of that whole 16-year period of record. One thing to note here is when Fremont Weir overtops, the 2-year flow event, which is approximately 60 to 80,000 CFS, will inundate the yellow bypass from levee to levee. So these changes are on the front end of an overtopping event and on the tail end of a Fremont Weir overtopping event. Next slide, please. In the environmental document, there was an analysis done to evaluate increase in sedimentation. For this analysis, the two-dimensional model was used. Variables considered in this analysis were the likely composition of sediment type to enter the yellow bypass from the river, depositional velocities, and erosional velocities. The analysis indicated that there'd be a 6% increase in sedimentation. A majority of this is going to fall out within the project footprint and the surrounding area. The environmental document includes removal of sediment once every 5 years. And this effort would be in addition to the reoccurring efforts that our DWR's Flood Maintenance Office implements to remove sediment in the larger Fremont Weir Wildlife Area. Next slide, please. So our current schedule is that, as touched on earlier, the environmental document, the CEQA and NEPA documents were finalized in July and September of last year. The biological opinions from the fishery services were received in April and May of last year. The project team is currently working on completing 30% design, which is scheduled for May. And then in June, we'll be submitting our permit applications to all the regulatory agencies to begin that effort. 60% design is anticipated to be completed in October of this year. And then 90% design will be completed in February of 2021. And then final design will be completed in May of 2021. And then we'll advertise the project for bid in August of 2021, and construction will begin in September of 2022. As Ali touched on at the beginning of this presentation, the next step for this project in coordination with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board is DWR plans to request the board to consider approval of the no objection letter to initiate Army Corps of Engineers Section 408 review process. Next slide, please. This is contact information for the project team. It has James Newcomb's contact information, who's a program manager working on this project. Our chief acquisition, Linus Paulus' contact information, our public affairs office contact information, Tish Palmadesi, and then Ben Nelson is a project manager from the Bureau of Reclamation. Any one of us can be contacted for any follow-up questions. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Manny. Let's see, do we have questions from the board?
I have a question, Bill.
Okay, Joe.
We did a field trip out to the Fremont Weir a little bit ago, and construction was underway, creating a notch in the weir. What's that project compared to this project?
Thank you for the question, board member, countryman. That project that you saw on your site visit was the Fremont Weir Adult Fish Passage project. And the scope of that project was to improve fish passage in conjunction with Fremont Weir overtopping events. When Fremont sends a signal for adult anadromous fish to queue up to the Fremont Weir. So that project was implemented a couple of years ago as part of DWR's and Bureau of Reclamation's efforts to comply with the state mandates. The scope of that project is much smaller. The peak flow for that project is 1,000 CFS, and that only lasts for a few days. So this project has a much broader scope and project footprint in regards to where that flow goes.
I see. So does this project, this current project that you're designing right now, 30% level, does water flow when the river elevation is below the crest of the Fremont Weir?
No, sir, it is not. So once the structure is operating between November 1st and March 15th, if the river stage is below 14 feet, which would be the invert elevation of the structure, there would be no flow coming into the Yolo bypass. As the river level is exceeded above 14 feet, you'll start getting gravity-fed water entering the Yolo bypass. And as the river levels continue to rise, the amount of water would increase up to 6,000 CFS just prior to the weir overtopping.
So there's no increase in frequency of flooding in the Yolo bypass. I know well, I guess that's my question. You're not increasing the frequency of inundation in the Yolo bypass?
We are, and those were the, Ryan, if you want to go back, I believe, to the figure that has the two maps. This one here. So the objective of the project is to create or enhance the floodplain rearing habitat component. So by lowering a component of the Fremont Weir, we're allowing water and fish to enter the Yolo bypass earlier prior to the Fremont Weir overtopping. So all that shaded area you're seeing is shallow water habitat. The juvenile fish will swim onto that area, and studies have shown have proven that they grow larger, and their chances of surviving in the delta increase. So localized flooding in the Yolo bypass will increase as a result of this project. However, as I mentioned, it's shallow water habitat. There's no concerns from a flood protection perspective.
The reason I ask this question is my interest in the Sacramento Weir operation and my hope that someday we can remove the gates that DWR now has to operate there. And one of the arguments against that is, well, it would be more frequent inundation. That's why I asked the question.
So the gates are being implemented with this project due to the mixed land uses in the Yellow Bypass. Rice is a predominant crop in the Yellow Bypass. As mentioned early on, during the project planning phase, we worked closely with all of our stakeholders, and a March 15th date of shutting the gates was selected to preserve all existing or a majority of the existing land uses in the Yellow Bypass. And that's why this structure will have gates. From a flood protection perspective, the gates do not influence the ability to convey water during those conditions.
Thank you.
Manny, how long is there water in the Tule Canal with this project, would you say?
Mr. President, so are you referring to the length of improvements within the Tule Canal or the capacity of the Tule Canal?
The capacity and whether it stays wet or not. Most of the year it's dry, as I understand.
So yes, in some dry years, portions of the northern part of the Tule Canal will go dry. However, a majority of years there is water within the Tule Canal, and the capacity of the Tule Canal and the tow drain fluctuate. So south of I-80, that same body of water is referred to as the tow drain. So the northern part of the Yellow Bypass, the Tule Canal can handle approximately 1,000 CFS. And the southern part of the Yellow Bypass, the tow drain, its capacity is a little bit larger. It can handle up to 4,000 to 5,000 CFS.
Okay, does that capacity change at all with this project?
It does not.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Tim.
Oh, yeah, Tim.
So just to follow up on Joe's question about the previous project, is this new one going to work in conjunction with it, or does it supersede it operationally?
Thank you, Board Member Ramirez. They will work in conjunction, but they will have different triggers for operating. The previously built project will only operate after a Fremont Weir overtopping event. The new project will only operate between November 1st and March 15th when the river level is high enough to passively enter the Yellow Bypass. So they will work in conjunction, but they have different triggers for operating.
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify for me. And then on the last slide with the schedule, I think you said that in the future soon, the applications for permits are going to be submitted. But then further up, it said that you had received biological opinions last year. Can you just clarify which opinions we have and what permits are being asked for?
Sure. So we received the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinion and then the National Marine Fisheries biological opinion. Outstanding permits are the Army Corps of Engineers 408, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board's encroachment permit, CDFW's Section 1600, an incidental take permit, the State Water Resources Control Board's 401 water quality cert, and I believe I captured all of them.
Okay, so the opinions you have are project specific for this.
Correct. They are project specific.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other board member questions? Okay, Leslie and Ryan, did you see anybody in the chat room or have any other questions on this?
I'm looking through our list. I don't see any hands raised.
I don't see anyone on my end either.
Okay, board members, this is an item that for today's meeting is a informational item. And next month, we'll be asked to approve the letter that goes to the Corps to have them start the 408 process, just so the board's clear. Okay, it's a little after 10:30. I'd like to take a 15-minute break, Ryan, at this point. If you could put up a slide that said the board's and taking a break, and we'll be back in a minute. Could you do that for me, please?
Just a moment.
Bill, when will we come back?
10:45 or
Thank you.
15 minutes from now. It's actually a little after that.
So Bill, we're on break right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. President, I think we're back on.
Okay, can you hear me, Les?
I can.
Okay. Something's wrong with my camera. I can't seem to.
Something about local bandwidth, low bandwidth bill for your camera. There's a little triangle on it showing up.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, do you know what that is?
I think it may be something with your internet, Bill.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you have like windows open or too many windows. If you close them out, that might help a little bit.
Okay. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's get started again. Members, we're on item 7C, the annual maintenance area budgets, and Mark List has his normal report. This is an action item. Mark, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment, please.
It looks like for everyone. Sure. Okay, it looks like we're set. So just a bit of housekeeping up front. Well, first I'll give my information. I'm Mark List. I'm with the Department of Water Resources, Division of Flood Management. I'm the chief of the technical support branch within the flood maintenance office. And as I'll point out in my presentation, what we do and some other details. Just housekeeping, I already gave this information to Ryan, but in my rural telework location, the DWR Wilton satellite office that my wife and I work in, occasionally, something's getting bad feedback.
I can hear it. It's Mark, this is Jane Dolan. Could you just speak a little slower because some of what you say cuts out.
Sure, and that's what I was going to mention. I was on another line logged in, but I had to hang that up. I'm wondering if that was causing the feedback. But I will go ahead and try and speak slowly. If for whatever reason internet cuts out, I'll have to call in separately and pick it back up. I'm prepped to do that. So today, again, Mark List, DWR Division of Flood Management, DWR Annual Maintenance Area Budget Presentation, item 7C, and this is an action item for the board. Go ahead and get rolling with this. Actually, Ryan, can you go to the next slide? So the Department of Water Resources has specific O&M responsibilities that the California legislature has given us in California Water Code sections 8361A through P. And then we also have separate responsibilities for the flood protection system that are laid out in Water Code section 8361. I'm sorry, 12878 at CEQA. I'll mention both of those in detail here, and then most of the presentation will be on the 12878 discussions. That is our maintenance area. So DWR, mostly for board member Johnson's benefit, I think every other board member has heard this more than once. Just give you some background on the DWR responsibility for operating and maintaining state plan of flood control facilities. DWR has specific responsibilities for O&M, operations and maintenance of levees, channels, and several flood control facilities, including the weir Bahia just talked about. Fremont is one of the facilities we operate and maintain. Bypasses, channels of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. So DWR's responsibility in 8361 is specific to the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. The Flood Maintenance Office does not have any responsibility for the San Joaquin system. And we also have responsibility elsewhere that I'll talk about in just a moment. So basically, we operate and maintain about 1,200 miles of the flood protection system channels of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. That's for flood flow conveyance, ensuring that capacity is present for designed flood flow events. We have pumping plants, hydraulic control facilities, the weirs, fixed crest and one operable weir at Sacramento Bypass, Sacramento Weir, that board member Countryman had mentioned that he'd like to see those gates removed, and at some point I would not mind that as well. We also have seepage and collecting canals that are east of the Sutter Bypass, because when the east levee of the Sutter Bypass was built, there was some cutoff of overland flow, so we had to have bridges put in on top of those seepage and collecting canals so that property owners could still access their property, or we took over bridges that already existed. The DWR Water Code 8361 levee responsibility is about 145 miles of the 1,600 miles of state plan of flood control facilities, and I'll show you in a moment where those are. Then separately, DWR also has operations and maintenance responsibility under Water Code 12878 at CEQA. Those are state maintenance areas, and that's the focus of most of this presentation. Annually, we take a maintenance area budget to the board per the Water Code for review and approval so that we can proceed with the operations and maintenance in those areas, about 150 levee miles. And that is in 10 designated areas that by action of the Reclamation Board of California, now the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, over the last 70 odd years, DWR has taken on responsibility on behalf of the state to operate and maintain those portions of the flood protection system. Again, all of those are in the Sacramento River Flood Control Project currently. Next slide, Ryan. So we have two maintenance yards that carry out the functions of all of our operations and maintenance. One is out of West Sacramento. It's called our DWR Sacramento Maintenance Yard. It sits actually within the maintenance area 4 area that I'll point out in just a moment. They have responsibility for the southern half of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project, roughly half, effectively from around the Fremont Weir area southward to the bottom of maintenance area 9, which I'll point out in just a moment. The two Ryan, next slide. Maintenance area 9 is this one right here. Maintenance area 9 protects the left bank of the Sacramento River, urban Sacramento and Sacramento County, and maintenance area 4 protects a portion of West Sacramento along the Sacramento River also. So the two Sacramento maintenance yard maintenance areas, MA4 and MA9, protect effectively urban population areas. Next slide. The Sutter maintenance yard out of the town of Sutter, which is just west of Yuba City, is our Sutter maintenance yard area. That's the channels that are far north, Elder and Deer. We have channel responsibility. The levees are maintained by Tehama County up in that area. We have our Sutter bypass areas, some of the other facilities of the state plan footprint of the Sutter maintenance yard responsibility. Next slide. Thank you. So this layout is the other 8 maintenance areas that fall in DWR's area responsibility. So the Sutter maintenance yard maintains remaining 8 maintenance areas. It includes 7 of those basically in the Central Valley, Northern Central Valley area, from Area 5 Butte Creek area down to maintenance area 3 at the confluence of the Sutter Bypass and the Feather River area. We also have 1 maintenance area the most recent one that was created, maintenance area 17 in Lake County, which is part of the Middle Creek Flood Control Project, primarily operated and maintained in the area by Lake County. It's a portion that was given up for maintenance responsibility, and I'll talk a bit about that in just a moment. Next slide. So generally, for all of our maintenance for levees, this next slide is demonstrating the comprehensive plan that DWR has, our intent to do work and how we conduct our business. For all approximately 300 miles of levee we operate and maintain, so about 145 miles under 8361 DWR direct responsibility in the water code. That levee operation and maintenance is paid for by the state's general fund. The 10 maintenance areas that make up about 150 miles of levees throughout the Sacramento River Flood Control Project and Middle Creek Project area. That 150 miles gets reimbursed to the state by the benefited property owners. So the benefited property owners receive a tax assessment bill on their twice a year tax. And there's a subset of that bill that includes reimbursement to the state maintenance area so that we can carry out the required operation and maintenance function. In all of our DWR direct responsibility under 8361 or the maintenance areas, our plan is always to complete United States Army Corps of Engineers system-wide improvement framework, that's the SWIFT, for all DWR levee areas. We've conducted and continue to conduct comprehensive environmental permitting for DWR operation and maintenance. That's not just for levees, that's levees, channels, and the facilities we maintain. That doesn't cover major project changes. Typically, we have to get additional permitting, but that's for our annual operation and maintenance activities. Typically, that would fall under the Streambed Alteration Agreement, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Section 1600 permit actions that we have. As we need it, we will obtain Endangered Species Act take permits under Section 2081, and we pursue federal ESA coverage for work that requires it as needed. But our current comprehensive environmental permitting is a very detailed CEQA document we put out a few years ago, and the current multi-year California Department of Fish and Wildlife routine maintenance agreement under 1600. Everywhere in our system responsibility, we are conducting what's called the Deferred Maintenance Project. Deferred Maintenance Project is addressing long-standing issues that had not previously been addressed for whatever reason. Our big one is the culvert and discharge evaluation and repair, replacement, rehabilitation efforts that we have under the Deferred Maintenance Project pipes section. That funding has come from the general fund in a couple of large slugs. A subset of that, in 2016, we got $100 million primarily for this function. Most of it was diverted to the damage repair post 2017 and moving forward. So the storm damage SDDER program that David Wilden has provided board input on in the past is what got a lot of that money. We got a second pot of $100 million. A subset of that was for the Deferred Maintenance Project to address culverts and discharge pipes. So we have an ongoing system-wide evaluation and our R&R program for repair, replacement, rehabilitation of pipes and other details. There's a flood maintenance assistance program that DWR is a party to for our maintenance areas. The FMAP program, also under Dave Wilden's interaction, and his staff, Jeff Van Gilder, and other staff are interacting with other local maintaining agencies, providing assistance from the state to improve operations, maintenance, repair, replacement, and rehabilitation efforts throughout the state plan of flood control. So maintenance areas, being that they are benefiting from the property owners, basically the work done in those areas are for property owner benefit, the direct assessment associated with it. we are eligible to participate in the FMAP program, and we have done that to try and enhance and improve OMRR functionality. And then everywhere that DWR operates and maintains levees, the first bullet, the SWIFT, gives us the ability to maintain active status in PL 8499. So we maximize eligible repairs in maintenance areas as well as other areas by doing as good an O&M job as we can and obtaining PL 99 eligibility determinations and then storm damage rehabilitation assistance. We also participate in our maintenance areas and our 8361 levy areas in storm damage repair programs that the state's implementing system-wide. Next slide, Ryan. An issue that comes up regularly is our inspection status with the Corps periodic inspections or continuing eligibility inspection, routine inspections that the Corps of Engineers does. As you're likely aware, all of the work that we do for operating and maintaining, repairing, replacing, and rehabilitating the flood protection system infrastructure is in compliance with the Federal Code of Federal Regulations 2081.10, which is basically regurgitated in the operations and maintenance. Get really bad feedback again. Okay, so in response to Corps periodic inspections, DWR implements programs to try and stay in compliance. So we have one of the items that comes up a lot, and it's a high priority issue, is levee stability, erosion and bank caving, and riprap revetment and bank protection on the levees. So we continue to complete levee repairs in all of our areas as a high priority using all available repair programs. DWR maintenance area led emergency repairs and maintenance actions that we take during and right after storms. DWR storm damage repair or the flood system repair project and flood maintenance assistance program implementation for keeping our levees in good working order, as well as I mentioned, the federal PL 8499 program. And I'll provide a slide in a moment that demonstrates the benefit of the PL 8499 federal investment in our levee flood damage repair programs. So that culvert utility crossing type issue, culverts and discharge pipes, those come up in the periodic inspections as well as other inspections. The department has developed a utility crossing inventory database. We utilize that for all of our levee areas. And we have an in-progress risk-based assessment and pipe repair, replacement, rehabilitation program. That's that deferred maintenance project I mentioned. In the maintenance areas, the subset of the culvert discharge pipes for our DWR maintenance areas, we have 151 pipes that we're evaluating. Currently, we have 101 that have been video inspected. The 50 that are remaining for inspection are primarily underwater most of the time. So we'll have to, on a case-by-case basis, go in and coffer off or sandbag or close off the water course that's entering through the pipe so that we can then stick video cameras inside. We'll first clean the pipes and then stick a video camera in and do a pipe evaluation and then generate a priority-based action list for our pipe rehabilitation. In all of our DWR areas, maintenance areas, and 8361 areas, we are proceeding with a cast-in-place pipe slip lining process. We have a contract with Michaels who does slip lining for utility crossings and pipes. We've slip lined 45 of our pipes within maintenance area 5 and maintenance area 13. That's the Butte Creek and Cherokee Canal areas. And that is ongoing. Actually, we may have more even today. This data is as of the 26th of March reporting that I had. So we have an ongoing active rehabilitation program to extend useful design life, or as needed, we will repair or replace pipes that slip lining will not provide the additional engineered life on. So we currently have no identified replacement pipes in our 10 maintenance areas as of today. We are continuing to evaluate the video data and prioritizing work. Next slide. Animal control also shows up in as a regular inspection item for all of our inspection reporting, especially the core periodic inspection data. We have an active rodent damage repair program, which primarily involves filling rodent holes with low pressure grout from bottom to top, and that has been working very well. And we cover that in areas of habitat issues for giant garter snake, which is one of the main endangered species for federal and state listing that creates a bit of an issue for levee operations and maintenance. So our routine maintenance agreement under the 1600 California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we can proceed with rodent damage repair in areas that don't have giant garter snake habitat. That agreement doesn't cover us for California Endangered State or Endangered Species Act from a federal perspective. So we have to avoid areas for this rodent damage repair. Currently, about half of our levees have, throughout the system, have a problem with rodent damage repair for giant garter snake habitat proximity. So rodent damage repair is restricted by both federal and state ESA in giant garter snake habitats, and we are continuing to work through processes to try and get appropriate federal and state permitting in place so that we can correct giant garter snake, rodent damage issues in areas of giant garter snake habitat. We do have an ongoing pilot project in maintenance area. I'll note that rodent damage repair within GGS habitat requires our new state permits under our CISA coverage, as well as Section 7 biological opinion under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We are proceeding with the first in nation work plan under the system-wide improvement framework. It's a long time coming.
Oh man, dear God.
The completed issue. Maintenance Area 5, we have a system-wide improvement framework in place with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and we have submitted work for a pilot Endangered Species Act consultation under Section 7. I'll just go back a little bit. Section 7 is a hard O&M condition to get consultation under, because when the federal government turns over the levee systems to the state, the board accepts that turned over modified federal project condition. The O&M manual is handed to the state and to the board, and the board then hands that O&M manual either to the state DWR if we have specific maintenance responsibility in an area, or a local maintaining agency. And so once that's handed over, historically, I've been with DWR for about 13 years. We've been trying to get a federal nexus for Endangered Species Act coverage for our annual O&M activities, and that's been a difficult condition. However, with the letter of intent and system-wide improvement framework process, and especially with the 2014 modification of the Corps' guidance for system-wide improvement frameworks, the Corps says that they will be the federal nexus for actions under the system-wide improvement framework process. And we are pushing that with this MA5 pilot SWIFT work plan. Basically, what we're doing is working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Corps, to obtain U.S. Fish and Wildlife consultation, doing effects analysis, evaluating the conditions of our rodent damage repair grouting program for the specific area of Maintenance Area 5. We're in coordination with both U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW on developing and negotiating appropriate mitigation strategies for the permitting efforts associated with this giant garter snake habitat, state and federal. So not a resolved condition yet. We are continue to make progress. I've reported on this a few times over the last several years, and we're hopeful that we'll end up getting a biological opinion from the state, the federal agency, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and separately we'll get a CISA take permit associated with that, either individually or look for a consistency determination. And ultimately, in Maintenance Area 5, hopefully be able to comprehensively do the rodent damage repair through our preferred grouting method without any issues. And I'll say separately, we're developing, it's interrelated, but separately, we're developing a giant garter snake scent dog detection ability in consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and California Department of Fish and Wildlife with our consultant, and that is making some progress. We're using giant garter snake experts, and we're hopeful that the scent dog detection effort might result in a way to clear areas to say no, giant garter snake is present, therefore there's no potential for ESA or CISA take of giant garter snake to carry out our O&M work. Next slide, please, Ryan. So just a follow-up of that discussion, this is our 10 maintenance areas listed, the length of levee miles in each of them, and then approximate length that we have issues due to giant garter snake habitat without a CISA take permit or without federal take coverage. So you can see maintenance area 4, maintenance area 16, maintenance area 9, and 7 all have no giant garter snake, and maintenance area 17. Those are out of range. In maintenance area 17, there's no giant garter snake habitat. So those areas we can continue doing our rodent damage repair as our preferred method by grouting holes. In the remaining maintenance areas, a portion or much of those maintenance areas, for maintenance area 13, that's Cherokee Canal, 88% of those giant garter snake habitat, this is rice areas, good giant garter snake habitat nearby. And so we get into an issue where there's a juxtaposition of levee flood maintenance activity and CISA or ESA issues, and that we try and work through, and we're continuing to work through that process. You can see about 52% of the levee miles in maintenance area 5, we can't currently grout rodent holes due to proximity to giant garter snake habitat and inability currently to obtain authorization under CISA and ESA, which is a process that we continue to work through. So this is a long-standing issue. It's a fairly significant issue. It's an issue that will have effects on other maintainers as well at some point. We'll continue to work through it. Next slide, please. The other issues associated with inspections are encroachments and vegetation. Encroachments, big issue for the board as well. We've gone through separately and with the board to identify the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District easement and fee areas. DWR has invested significantly in that effort over the last several years, and it's resulted in at the coordinating committee the other day, a couple of days ago, there was a good presentation by the DWR Geodetic group on Julie Ekman provided information on the current SSJDD easement and fee survey information. DWR continues as needed as the maintainer for a levee area to do additional assessment and evaluation, maybe even putting in monumentation in the field survey point so that we can get a very clear image of where the existing easements or land rights exist for easement and fee conditions and out grants or other things. And so then we can use that information as the basis for understanding where an encroachment may be present that is within or outside the jurisdiction, or at least the footprint of the land ownership in fee or easement of SSJDD rights. So as we identify encroachments through the various core and or state inspections and our own inspections, we prioritize them on a worst first basis, what impacts levee integrity first, and then push them through to get correction. Also, vegetation is an issue that's come up, and that was an issue in 2007, 8, 9, 10 through now. The Corps in 2014 changed their inspection policy, making vegetation not an item that would fail assisted 499 eligibility, but from a practical perspective, vegetation management is a necessary component, a fairly significant component of operating and maintaining the levee system so that we can visibly see issues in the levee and basically access areas properly. So can you turn off your, mute yourself? I think it's your phone coming back. There you go. So our, in all areas, DWR does that visibility accessibility evaluation. So we do our maintenance to ensure that we can properly inspect, evaluate, maintain the levee, access the levee for flood fight. Where we can, we burn levees. We mow them in pretty much all areas. There are some areas that don't allow burning. Burning used to be a very active process for a lot of the levees to get the vegetation clear for a very detailed inspection ability. Some areas, air quality restrictions don't allow burning at all. Urban areas don't allow burning at all. So mowing costs have gone up in levied areas, but you'll see that specifically for the maintenance areas in a moment. We're ongoing efforts program that our group has initiated for a high hazard tree assessment that's in process in our areas of maintenance responsibility for levees. We're identifying, trees, woody vegetation that poses an unacceptable threat or risk to levee integrity, and addressing those on a case-by-case basis versus a wholesale attempt to remove all vegetation from the levees, which is a environmental issue. This corridors for the flood protection system are the corridors for endangered species and other habitat. So there's always an interaction between them. I'll mention vegetation management. We are in most areas using where we have available funding and the resources are available. We use California Conservation Corps hand crews to help us do some of our vegetation management, especially recently as we in the maintenance areas have obtained some maintenance assistance program funding. That's one of the focus areas, is to do enhanced vegetation management in a way that gives us the best output for our levees. Next slide, please. And then the final issues on ongoing inspections from the Corps of Engineers, or the periodic inspections that were done over the last decade. Slope stability, I mentioned in the first category, but sod cover erosion, we basically deal with that. Depressions and rutting, settlement. We've seen that most local sediments, usually some kind of animal activity or beaver or ground squirrel or something else that is causing a problem. So we address those on an ongoing annual maintenance base. And then crown roadways, ramps, access roads also get addressed as needed based on our inspections and others looking at the levee. Next slide. So I mentioned PL 8499 being a major area that we want to ensure DWR is compliant with. On this slide and the next, you'll see details about our participation in the System-Wide Improvement Framework Program. Also at the coordinating committee 2 days ago, there was a presentation by board staff, Eric Mao, about PL 8499 status. And sort of the takeaway from that message is many areas of the flood can only maintain active status through the letter of intent process. Most levee areas, just because of the complexity, can't just on the face of it take a core inspection and have PL 8499 active status. So the letter of intent SWIFT process is a way for the state as maintainer or local maintaining agencies to work with the non-federal sponsor, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and provide the federal government with a plan. The system-wide improvement framework is a plan that results in ultimately at some point in the future us all reaching acceptable inspection ratings on the face of the work. But until we can get through all the processes, maybe environmental permitting, as I mentioned, with rodent damage repair or other problems, we will maintain active status for PL 8499 rehabilitation program through this letter of intent SWIFT process. And as I mentioned in maintenance area 5, that's given us the federal nexus section 7 consultation avenue for rodent damage repair, which is the two areas that I lose sleep over most, besides just too much water in the system, is areas that have pipes passing through the levees and areas that have rodent damage, because those are the two areas that can saturate a levee section faster than we would want it to, where a pipe has damage in it, makes the interior of the levee wet, where rodent damage is through going or well into a levee section. It can put a wetting front into the levee much more quickly than would otherwise be done on that constructed system. Slide 10 maintenance areas, 9 of them are in active PL 8499 status. And I've given you details on the process where we have submitted a letter of intent through the non-federal sponsor, the board. It's been ongoing for the last several years, and where that thing is as of today. There's only one system, RD 1001, whose SWIFT has been final blessed by Corps headquarters. All the rest of them are still in process, but you can see we have active PL 8499 status in 9 of our 10 maintenance areas, which is one of our big focuses for effective levee operations and maintenance, because it gives us an avenue for federal investment when we have flood damage, and we will continue to have flood damage into the future. So maintenance area 17, I guess I'll mention something that was brought up by Eric Mao at the coordinating committee meeting in his presentation, and folks can go back and look at that if they need to see it. But an individual maintenance entity, if they're the only one maintaining the levee, they have an easy process to the letter of intent and SWIFT implementation, because they don't have to rely on anyone else to proceed with that process. So maintenance area 5, maintenance area 13 are 2 of our areas where DWR is the sole operator and maintainer of the levee in that particular area. Most of our levees, as you might imagine from the maps I showed you earlier, are disparately located throughout the Central Valley Sacramento River Flood Control Project. So most of our areas that we maintain levees, we have levee partner local maintaining agencies adjacent to us. The Corps defines the system not by maintainer, they define the system by protection provided to a particular sub area of the watershed. And so if you have a maintainer partner in an area that is a system defined by the Corps of Engineers, the maintainer partner is willing or unable to participate in the PL 8499 LOI SWIFT process. Ooh, I just lost my screen. Oh, there we go. Process, then you cannot proceed with a letter of intent saying you're going to prepare a SWIFT, and you can't proceed with the system-wide improvement framework process. Currently, maintenance area 17, Lake County is evaluating whether or not it's in their interest to pursue LOI SWIFT submittal. We continue to work with Lake County Flood Control and Water Conservation District on this effort. Maintenance area 17 is, as I'll talk about a bit, way out for us. It's an area, again, we always want to have PL 8499 active status because of the benefit of getting flood damage repair funding from the federal government. But in that area, we don't. Next slide, please. So this is sort of my slide to demonstrate why it's in our best interest as a state to ensure we have PL 8499 active status. So this is 27. We've had storm events that were federal declared in 2017 and 2019. 2017, much larger footprint, 2019, fewer counties. So there were state proclamation areas and federal disaster areas that were declared. That's a precursor for being able to get the Corps of Engineers and federal investment in for the Public Law 8499 Flood Damage Repair Program, the rehabilitation program. So you can see in 2017, 7 areas within DWR's O&M maintenance area responsibility successfully obtained federal funding, and either the sites have been repaired already or are in progress for being repaired at significant federal investment. State of California covers the lands, easements, rights of way, relocations, soil disposal, PL 8499 requirement. So the state ends up coughing up that LERDS, LERRDS costs, lands, easements, rights of way, relocations, and disposal costs. And the federal government for PL 8499 provides the lion's share of the design, permitting, and repair itself. So it's as you can see on the bottom line, from both storm damage repair efforts in 2017 and storm damage repair efforts in 2019, we're looking at about $54 million of federal investment because of active PL 8499 status at a cost to the state of about $10 million. So that's in my opinion, that 84-16 split is a very good boon for the California financial condition. If we did not have PL 8499 active status, we would still need to repair these sites. And so the full cost of that would be borne by the state and locals to get this work done. So from a practical, financial, business management perspective, active status in PL 8499, in my opinion, is critical to an effective flood protection system risk reduction program. Next slide. So the rest of the presentation, the last bit was both mixed with DWR levy responsibility areas under AD 361, as well as the maintenance areas under 12878. The rest of the presentation discusses the maintenance area budget specifically that we're asking the board to review and adopt, approve at this hearing. So just break up some of the slide presentation. I thought I'd throw some images in of our experiences in the field during 2017 in maintenance area 3 and maintenance area 12 in the bottom middle picture. You can see the water in maintenance area 12 and how it is just by saturated field conditions, very high water flows. Maintenance area 3, this is where the Feather River and Sutter Bypass come together. Maintenance area 3 is kind of on the curve that discharges the Feather River into the Sutter Bypass and continues the Feather River through the Sutter Bypass. And then maintenance area 3 had damage in 2019 as well. And from the previous slide, you saw that the Corps is investing in actually all of these areas that we've had flood damage. Maintenance area 3 is getting, it was initially going to get a big seepage berm, significant cost with that, an alternative design of a slurry wall repair is what the Corps is going to go with now. Significant costs, but it's a good investment for our area. Next slide. So this was in Jeremy's slide presentation as well, his division chief discussion, but this is the layout, the map of where our maintenance areas are, and effectively the polygons represent the protected area more or less, not specifically in all areas, but that's effectively where I could obtain it. I got a polygon for basically who gets wet if that maintenance area has a problem. So you can see Sacramento Maintenance Yard, as I showed on earlier slide, has two maintenance areas, maintenance area 4 and 9, which are both urban areas. And then Sutter Maintenance Yard has primarily rural areas. You can see where they are in the descriptions on the left there. So next slide. So this is a breakdown. Previous board member Clyde McDonald, who's no longer with us, liked to see things from a financial point of view, and so I interact. He was board liaison, interacting on the maintenance for board member participation over the last few years. So his input is demonstrated on this slide. So the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 budget that we're reviewing today is shown in the first column with after the maintenance area names. Acres protected in those areas are shown. Mr. McDonald, board member McDonald, liked dollars per acre as another comparison. You can just see what it costs per acre. And it's not a apples to apples comparison because some areas are urban, some are rural, some have very large land areas, very few homes. Some have very many homes, smaller land areas. So, and then this slide also shows the levies maintained, levy miles maintained, and effectively the dollars per mile. You'll see this in a different format on the next couple of slides. So next slide, please. So this is the closing fiscal year. We're currently in fiscal year 2019-2020. And this is the dollars per mile, projected expenditures per mile up through June 30th projection. So our fiscal year is July 1 through June 30 each fiscal year. So the budget we're looking at is for July 1 through June 30th of this coming fiscal year. And this is our estimated projected expenditures per maintenance area. And for comparison, you can see the operations, maintenance, repair, replacement, rehabilitation work group, which was a subset of our Central Valley Flood Protection Plan efforts effectively. came up with a report a couple of years ago that average dollars per mile expended in urban and non-urban areas. See the number of maintenance area 9 is very large, and I'll talk a bit about that. But maintenance area 9 protects Sacramento proper and urban Sacramento County. It is a very large population base, and the levees are actively used by many of the public for bike paths and walking. And so that active utilization of a levee for other purposes actually increases costs significantly. I'll talk about that in a moment. But in general, our levee urban, non-urban areas in these maintenance areas. Next slide. So this is a similar slide, basically same information, but it's for the current projected budget that you're going to hopefully approve today. And you can see the same basic layout of costs. So this is our budget. The other one was our expenditures. Next slide. So overall, this is the proposed maintenance area budgets for all 10 maintenance areas, and you can see the distribution by maintenance area. Maintenance area 9, about half of the maintenance area budget in total for the 10 maintenance areas. If you look at the aggregate of 3.404197 millions for next fiscal year, maintenance area 9 about 1.65 million, and the others are order of magnitude less. Next slide. So with the next slides, I'm going to walk through individual maintenance area budgets for the 10 maintenance areas in order of number. And so you can see where they are. You'll see details like on this one, maintenance area 1, which is Sacramento, West Levee, Sacramento River near Colusa. This is a system that we, about 123-mile long system from a core perspective that we share with several other reclamation districts, all the way from Glenn County down to Yolo County. And so this is an active status PL 8499 area. Lots of maintainers in the vicinity for the system that's protected. The proposed maintenance area budget for MA1 is $320,000, and it's a 16.8 mile levee system. Next slide. You can see on this one the details of how we break down the budget categories. You can see what it was approved in 2019-20 and what's proposed for this fiscal year. We're not proposing a change to the current budget. The superintendent who puts the budget together actually feels he has the right distribution of workload in his particular area for maintenance area 1, and within the confines, if we're in a fiscal year and we're doing work, they have the ability to move between these categories as needed. For instance, if we have a patrol issue, if we have high water for an extended period of time, they might have to take money from one of the other budget categories and increase the patrol cost, but stay within their total budget. So in this area, no change proposed, $320,000 budget, maintenance area 1 for the 16.8 levee miles. Next slide. Maintenance area 3 is the West Levee, Feather River near Sutter Bypass. It's, as I talked about, that confluence area. A lot of action from PL 8499 implementation, as well as our 2017. We did a lot of storm damage repair, active work. Only a 5.1 levee mile section, $86,000 budget for this coming fiscal year. And I'll show you on the next slide the distribution. So next slide. So you can see the categories again in this area. Joel Farias, the Sutter Yard superintendent, again feels he's got the right distribution and resources. One thing to keep in mind is we only have a fixed amount of staff. We can pull in extra staff for things like hand clearing with a contract to the California Conservation Corps, but we can't hire, double our working maintenance yard staff. Can't put on more maintenance yard employees, so we have to distribute the work. And so his budget is based on known work, years of looking at the same area, and sort of tweaking things over time to demonstrate what and to do the thorough job that we can get done. So this 5.1 levee miles budget, $86,000 for maintenance area 3 is proposed. Next slide. Urban, West Sacramento, $147,240 proposed budget for 3.58 levee miles. And next slide, I'll show you the detail. Casey Lund is the Sacramento Maintenance Yard Superintendent, and he's looked at his budget. He's made some adjustments. One thing I'll note here, mowing costs are significantly higher in current fiscal year than the budgeted amount. Because of that, he's made adjustments, and I'll explain a little bit about why. So there's a public trail in Maintenance Area 4, and in an area that, a rural area, for instance, I can mow without really any consequence to others. We mow, we do our levee work. In urban areas, especially urban areas that have individuals using the crown of the levee or bike paths or other things that are adjacent to the levee, now instead of a single mower running down the levee or a chain of mowers running down the levee and getting work done faster and efficiently, when you have public access in an area, what you end up having is to put an upstream individual to watch for foot traffic or bike traffic. They have to be in communication with the mower. You have to have someone on the other end of the mowing path looking for bike traffic, foot traffic, because these mowers can flail a rock at quite high velocity, and someone could get hit by that. I mean, it could cause significant damage. So we have to increase our presence, staff presence, to carry out routine work like mowing when we add other functions to the flood protection system. I mean, it's just something we have to keep in mind. We adjusted encroachment removal down here to accommodate some of the movement to the mowing. He had looked at his budget for encroachments and saw that, you know, we've gone through and he was spending less than he needed or was budgeted in the previous year. So he went ahead and took some of the dollars out of some of those areas. Our equipment cost was a bit lower for this area last year, and so he's projected that. And our environmental support, we didn't need it as much, so we reduced the environmental support category as well. So you can see, and I'll say in previous, the Sacramento Maintenance Yard, as I mentioned, sits right on the levee. It's an oversized levee in Maintenance Area 4. And because of the presence, the previous superintendent didn't feel he needed the patrolling budget. Current superintendent says, yes, he absolutely wants the patrolling budget. We'll have eyes on the levee one way or another, but he wants to look at it that way. And he also had no rodent control concerns this last year in Maintenance Area 4, so he's removed that dollar value from the budget for the proposed 2020-2021 fiscal year. A slight budget increase of about 11% over last fiscal year, so 3.58 levee miles, $147,240 proposed maintenance area budget for Maintenance Area 4. Next slide. So Maintenance Area 5, Butte Creek. I've talked about it a bit throughout the presentation. It's Butte Creek levees and Little Chico Creek Channel. The proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 budget's $447,357. This is 32.7 levee miles. Next slide. You can see, again, distribution. Sutter Yard Superintendent Joel Farias felt he had the right distribution and the right budget for his resources, and so he's kept it the same. So no change for that 32.7 miles, $447,357 proposed MA5 budget. Next slide. Maintenance Area 7, rural area. $148,000 proposed budget for just under 12 levee miles. Next slide. So you can see the budget distribution categories. Again, Sutter Yard, the superintendent has been there for quite some time now, and he feels like he has the right distribution and breakdown. We are looking at our overall system from both DWR 8361 responsibilities and our maintenance areas just to comprehensively look, see if we have any gaps. But at this point, the budget's based on history, known work, and plan for what we have available to us. So 11.9 levee miles in Maintenance Area 7 at $148,000 proposed budget. Next slide. Maintenance Area 9, East Levee of the Sacramento River. It protects urban Sacramento County. $1.65 million $600 proposed 2020-2021 budget for that 19.5 levee miles on the left bank of the Sacramento River. Next slide. Again, Superintendent Casey Lund has decided he needed to move some things around. His rodent control budget was higher than he needed for the last fiscal year or two, so he's adjusted that down. He's increased his inspection costs. So one thing to understand about Maintenance Area 9 is Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, board-sponsored projects, core projects going on in that particular area. All of that other work being done, overlapping the DWR O&M responsibility. In consultation, Superintendent Lund decided he needed more of a budget, more eyes on the levee for just regular inspection and looking for issues. He's also really making a concerted effort to try and get vegetation really under control in this levee and say that there's a deficiency. This is protecting a very large population base, and it's a significant workload for the Sacramento Maintenance Yard to continue. Engineering and environmental support needs were increased as we're supporting the yard, the MA9 for interactions with others, bird surveys, evaluations. Encroachment removal was reduced. He's got a fairly good budget here for encroachment removal. He reduced it based on utilization and the fact that as we identify problems, we refer them to the board for enforcement. Not a whole lot he had to do, but he still needs a fairly significant budget for that. The only other category of note, significant note, is the restoration repair budget, which is considerable. Maintenance Area 9 for that 19.5 miles, very large population at risk. So we have a contingency built into our restoration repair budget. About $250,000, about $250,000 a year does not necessarily get used. The budget is proposed so that it's available if a high water event occurs and we need to, import rock and put large riprap on the levee during an event to forestall some kind of a disaster type of condition. The residents who are paying for this, the way the assessments work for maintenance areas is we give a budget, the board approves the budget. That budget then goes to our governmental accounting office. They do the math, the ongoing math for receipts, expenses, income from the payments from the tax assessor's offices, and then they do a running request. So next fiscal year, after this budget is passed and through the process, the residents won't necessarily see an equivalent dollar value of $1.65 million $600 because last year we didn't spend about $250,000 of the. There's a running rebate adjustment that happens if an area slightly overspends. That gets assessed in the next fiscal year. So there's a running balance sheet that gets done by the governmental accounting office in DWR, passed on to the assessor's office in the respective counties. And so we keep that fairly large contingency in the MA9 restoration repair budget for emergency response. Next slide. And I guess I'll also mention maintenance areas can't we don't have a rainy day fund. We're not able, just because of the way that they're set up and the way the budgeting is, we don't put money aside in a separate account. So we run on an annual basis for the budget that gets approved by the board. We can go slightly over that budget, up to 20% over the approved budget without having to come back to the board if needed. So if we have significant high water conditions, significant impacts to the levee itself that we need to fund, we can go 20% over the approved budget, and then that would be collected in the next assessment cycle, and we would document that in our board presentation the following fiscal year. If it's under, then effectively the residents don't see the actual costs of that impact if we saved money a previous fiscal year. So maintenance area 12, Colusa Drain Levee, $125,000 proposed budget for 11.4 levee miles. Next slide. So you can see the job categories stayed the same as last fiscal year for this area. Again, Sutter Yard This superintendent's been there for quite some time, and he's very comfortable with the layout and what he needs. We'll, as I said, separately, we're doing a gap analysis to make sure that we're not missing anything. But he's got a good history of the work out there, and he's comfortable with this budget at $125,000 proposed MA12 with the 11.4 protect. Slide. Maintenance area 13 is 40.1 levee miles on both sides of Cherokee Canal. As I mentioned before, DWR is the only maintainer in this particular system, but there's multiple systems here that protect the left bank and the right bank of Cherokee Canal. The proposed budget is $261,500 for that 40.1 levee miles. Next slide. And you can see the distribution of the work for that $261,000. Lots of vegetation, lots of mowing. This is an area adjacent rice agriculture. So you've got very rural action going on in the area, and so we are constantly doing work. Even though we can't route rodent holes out here, we do rodent control, baiting, and other issues, depredation type work. And burning is allowed out here, so that's a fairly significant cost. And when we burn a levee, it requires multiple, just to comply with the fire requirements, on-site water truck, several staff minimum that we have to have on site to do that and effectively clear the levee of vegetation so that we can inspect, take care of damage, and move on with other work. So MA13, Cherokee Canal, 40.1 levee miles, $261,500 budget proposed. Next slide. Two more areas. So MA16, West Levee, Feather River near Live Oak. It's kind of a mixed urbanizing and rural area. Live Oak is a small community up there. $96,000 budget for the 4.1 levee miles proposed. Next slide. So you can see again the distribution. There's some items that they don't have to do in this particular area. Burning is mostly restricted, so they can't. And vegetation control, mowing, and restoration repair are fairly significant budget categories. Next slide. And then finally, maintenance area 17, Middle Creek at Clear Lake. $122,500 proposed budget for 3.86 levee miles. This is a very difficult system for us to operate and maintain. As I mentioned, it's currently not PL 8499 active status because our partner agency has not decided to participate in a system-wide improvement framework process at this point. This levee was hard for them to maintain. They gave it up a number of years ago. And when DWR took it over, it added a considerable cost because we have to move staff from our Sutter Yard all the way out to Middle Creek. Oftentimes, we have to keep equipment and personnel overnight for multiple nights to carry out our O&M work when we do have to patrol. It's a very dangerous levee to patrol. It's right on the edge of Clear Lake. It is a small substandard levee that was built by the federal government under cooperation with the state and locals, and it could never maintain its crest elevation. The subgrade conditions are inadequate to have a levee in this area. So it's a very hard levee to operate and maintain. Go ahead and go to the next slide. You can see restoration repair, a big issue. So 2017, 2019, every time we have a big storm that rolls in over the Coast Range into the valley, this area gets hit very hard. Again, the levees are small. You can't actually put a pickup truck on the levees. They're substandard width, substandard elevation. So this is an area that long-term, there's been an effort to try and, through flood corridor program and through other programs, and turn this area into more of a habitat type. I'm not sure if that will result in a full elimination of maintenance area 17 if that ever comes to fruition or completion, or if we'll still maintain a piece of maintenance area 17 at that point. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Proposed budget $122,500 for this coming fiscal year for the 3.86 levee miles. Next slide. Almost there, guys. All y'all. So this is a layout cost breakdown of the various actions we're taking on the levees. And you can see vegetation control, fairly significant. Rodent control's a decent budget on an annual basis for the entire system. The percentages on the pie chart are re-represented with color on the chart above. You can see in this coming fiscal year, we're proposing no change to the budget proposed from last fiscal year's budget in 9 of the 10 areas. Maintenance Area 4 had that very slight increase in budget proposed, and it's $15,000 or 11% for the Maintenance Area 4, $15,000 budget increase. So that's less than 1% for the 149 levee miles. Next slide. So actually go back a slide, Ryan. I'll just recap final information on this one. So the proposed 2020-2021 maintenance area budgets for all 10 maintenance areas combined is $3,404,197. And the next slide, please, Ryan. So we've gone through, there's the 12878 of the Water Code gives us very specific requirements. So DWR has to provide an annual cost estimate. We did that, and on April 1st, provided that to the board. That a hearing has to be held after April 1st, and so this hearing is representing. We posted a notice of public hearing publication, and this year the publication was interesting because we added information about online meetings and digital access. So publications went out per the Water Code requirement. And then 12878.32, the board hearing itself is the process to fix the amount of the budget estimate that we provided to the board. And so our request pursuant to 12878 of the California Water Code is for the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to adopt our proposed budget as presented. And I'll go on to the next slide. And this one is just a background if anyone wants to look up Water Code sections specific to the various works that we have to do. But we'll move on to the next one. Last slide is just if you have any questions of me for the department representation, and my contact information, specifically my email address, is provided. Any questions?
Can you hear me at this point? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you, Bill.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions from the board at this point?
Mr. President, we have a question, comment from Vice President Dolan and then Joe Countryman.
Thank you, Leslie. Jane?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am not on a camera, and I'm happy I'm not on a camera.
I can understand that. Me too. I am on a camera.
I have maybe 5 things I want to get through here, making notes during your presentation. Mr. List, some are comments, some are questions. I'll try to highlight that I don't necessarily think you can answer today, but I think they need to be answered. And then I'm thinking of some things that we perhaps need to pay more attention to than just these annual comprehensive presentations. First of all, though I'm not a new member of the board, each year that this is presented, I really do appreciate the comprehensive and expanded background and information because of our very serious need and goal to bring our systems up to a operation, maintenance, and the R's standard, taking care of what we have. So thank you for that. I've been trying really hard in the last several minutes, how long was it, an hour, to absorb all of this. I think that I would like some more time, perhaps the board would too, to compare the report that was provided with your excellent PowerPoint with its more thorough analysis. So I think it needs follow-up, and if I could be so bold, Mr. President, to suggest that might be first followed up with the LMA committee that you and I are the liaisons. I see that 9 out of 10 of the maintenance areas have a letter of intent, but I don't see that there yet is a SWIFT approved. So it seems to me we need some follow-up and some work on how there can be a letter of intent, but 4, 5, or more years later, still not at a SWIFT, which makes me ask this question: if the budget for these maintenance areas I don't think so now, are they building in the funds that would be needed to develop a SWIFT, and or are they building in funds to bring these systems up to 8499 standards? I understand they're eligible because of the LOI, but I'm not certain they're eligible for the standards of the periodic inspection reports or the board's resolution. And clearly I put a note here that we need to follow up at some point with a more comprehensive plan for addressing encroachment that pose problems with the systems, the maintenance area systems. And then this Lake California issue has been around for a long time. And I think probably some kind of scheduling of addressing it would be something to put on our work program sooner than next decade.
Okay.
So those are mine for now. So 10-4 at this point.
Okay, great. So I'll try and answer those that actually had something I could answer. So appreciate the input on the background. I do think it's good for the department to give a nice, thorough understanding of our levee operations and maintenance requirements, as well as what we're doing comprehensively. So thanks for the input on that. For follow-up on the requests, I'm assuming you want something more than just maintenance areas. You want to look at follow-up sort of on all overall levee operations maintenance. And there are some groups that are already meeting for that, and I'm not sure if that's the form you want or if you want something specific for maintenance areas, but I'll let you answer that in a second. So the SWIFT, I separately pulled up the SWIFT slide that I have, which is slide number 13. So Ryan, if you can pull up slide number 13 to answer your core approval process. So as it gets there, I'll just talk about it. So yes, as Board Member Dolan mentioned, there are considerable time delays from the process of deciding we're going to do a letter of intent, either by ourselves or with our maintaining agency partners, and the core actions associated with a final SWIFT approval. So on this slide, you can see we have actually developed and submitted system-wide improvement framework plans on maintenance area 1, maintenance area 3, maintenance area 4, maintenance area 7, maintenance area 9, maintenance area 12, and maintenance area 16. Some of those are in a single system combined with the Feather River maintaining agency. Some of them are individuals for DWR. Some of them are in some other format. But so as you can see, we as a group have endeavored to put together the system-wide improvement framework per the guidance from the federal government, from the Corps of Engineers, from their 2011 and 2014 documents that they've provided for input on that. The delay is not here at the state. The delay is actually on the federal side on determining completeness and actually getting through the entire chain of command from district to division to headquarters, to finally getting a headquarters to division to district to non-federal sponsor to maintainer feedback. And so perhaps we could ask the Corps at their briefing, if they do another briefing anytime soon, if they could update this review process and the completion of the approval of the system-wide improvement framework for areas that are submitted. As I said, RD 1001 has a final SWIFT in place that was approved by headquarters, the Corps. Others are being scrutinized and evaluated based on that model that they've approved now. And so we're simply awaiting for approval, review, and approval on the SWIFTs that we submitted. A couple of draft SWIFTs have gone in, and we haven't gotten feedback on that. There's a 2-year progress between LOI submittal and SWIFT submittal. So we have draft SWIFTs that are in progress for maintenance area 5 and maintenance area 13, which we just recently received sort of that acceptance fiscal year or two ago. And so we've been working on draft SWIFT. So we're getting those turned in very soon, actually. And so that when those are in, all 9 of our maintenance areas that are active status with an LOI SWIFT process will actually have a SWIFT. So as far as budget associated with SWIFT, a piece of the work we are doing is basically the engineering support and the environmental support needed is coming out of the maintenance areas effectively and being billed to the maintenance areas for direct work in those maintenance areas where the work needs to come from that protected area reimbursement. So right now that is working. I mentioned last year, and I'll mention it again here, we are participating in the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program, FMAP, for additional funding for OMR, R&R work, operations, maintenance, repair, replacement, and rehabilitation work. And in doing so, a piece of that FMAP process, one of the main tools or the outputs FMAP wants is maximizing PL 8499 active status because of the benefit to the state of not having to cough up full value of rehabilitation post flood, high flows, disaster, proclamation type conditions. So in any case, it's budgeted. We lost the train of thought. Budget for maintenance areas, and are they building in the budget? So I think they are including what they need to include currently of the FMAP input. So FMAP has a $20,000 per year input potential for maintainers who are willing to sign up for the FMAP and jump through the hoops to put toward engineering evaluation that would result potentially in a 218 election. Now, we don't have a 218 election or equivalent, basically. We don't have 218 subject on maintenance areas. This is the process for changing, adopting, evaluating the budget on a fiscal year basis. But that same gap analysis I mentioned, we're maximizing the flood maintenance assistance program to look for whether or not there are any issues with our maintenance area budgets that we are missing, so we're comprehensively looking at all the inspection data. We're comprehensively looking at all the items our yards carry out. So our yard superintendents and their supervisors have been actively engaged with our consulting agency who's looking at how we do business and what we're doing, and ultimately will inform our next fiscal year's budget, hopefully, as that data comes in and is complete. In one way or another, I think I checked some form of all your requests. I guess I'll just follow up if the follow-up request for sort of meetings, I just ask that it not delay the adoption of the maintenance area budget process. So we're certainly willing to participate in that with the board. If I don't get my budget through the board today, then I'm going to have a problem for next fiscal year. So,
Mark, this is Bill Edgar. I wanted to make sure you understand the concern that Jane and I have with regard to the maintenance area budget. You said at your last meeting, I believe, that if you were asked to take over a maintenance area and do it or take over an area, that's now being maintained by an LMA, for various reasons, by contract and so on, your costs would be much higher than those that are showing here. Because for a whole variety of reasons, you don't have a lot of the cost needs that would be included, such as your indirect costs and so on. That presents a little bit of a problem to us as we're going out and talking to the LMAs. Many of them are in the process of considering a 218 election to do maintenance and operations. But when they look at the cost of the state, basically on their tax bill for maintaining this area, it's substantially cheaper than the costs being proposed by the maintenance area, by the local maintenance area. And so we've asked for apples and apples comparison from the department. And we were promised that that would be supplied to us so that we could at least go out and have the right numbers for comparison by the voters. If you go for a state maintenance area, it's not going to be what you see on your tax bill now. It's going to be a cost that is the full cost recovery of the state of California, which is a bigger number. And that's the number that we're waiting for the department so that we can at least have the local elected officials be able to show the comparison, because we all know a whole variety of reasons if it'd be much more costly if some of these areas were to choose a maintenance area. But at the same time, we've got to have some money for these local areas to do it themselves in a way that's consistent with meeting the criterias of the Corps of Engineers. So where is that analysis? We've been asking for that for some time.
So I guess going back to some of your statements I don't quite agree that indirect costs are included in this budget. We have our overhead expenses, our staff costs, our basically what it costs for the state to run the maintenance areas. That is included in the budget. What isn't included, so you asked a couple of different questions. So I'm going to compartmentalize the maintenance area discussion first. Existing maintenance areas. So the existing maintenance areas have the current economy of scale of our environmental permitting efforts. We have the economy of scale of past practice in the area. They have the economy of scale of maximizing investments that we've already made system-wide. Some of these areas received small community grants or are going to. Some of them got urban flood risk reduction projects done in them. And so the maintenance area benefited from those. If we go to look at a new area, which is separate from this discussion, because this maintenance area budget doesn't consider any other things but the 10 maintenance areas that we operate and maintain currently. Future thoughts on operating and maintaining a new maintenance area or creating a new maintenance area is a completely separate process that will fold in a future fiscal year once that maintenance area is adopted by the board and DWR takes it over per water code requirement. So one example of costs that would be borne by the residents of a maintenance area for creation of a new maintenance area is bringing the levee up to standard. So if the levee has not been properly operated and maintained for a number of years, a new maintenance area, the state's not in the business of stepping in and taking just liability. The state's in the business of ensuring that the system's properly operated and maintained. And then the ultimate wisdom of the legislature when the 12.878 water code sections were put into being and modified over time, I don't think they intended for the department to simply step in and carry the cost. They said the state's not responsible for all these things. There's a low that's being met by flood protection. So there's the maintenance area section is sort of the last ditch, making sure the state's maintenance is done per the federal O&M manual requirements that the board on behalf of the state gave to the federal government when the turnover happened.
Mark, you're missing my point here. My point is that we want to leverage these LMAs to do the proper maintenance. And in order to do that, they're going to have to come up with some more money. And a lot of them are trying to do it through a 218 election, which requires a majority vote. Now, when people look at the cost that that the state is, putting on some of these maintenance areas, and I'm talking about LD1, you have some maintenance areas up there, but if they were to, levy an assessment, what they're doing is looking at their maintenance area 13, 16, and 17, and they're not 17. What is it? 9, I guess. 9 and 13.
3,
3,
and 16.
16. Okay. They're looking at those costs, and they're substantially lower than what's being proposed locally by the local area. And I just got to tell you that intuitively, that if the cost if they just said, okay, we're gonna resolve this maintenance problem here by having the state come in and do it, it's going to be a lot more expensive and a lot more cost than it's on those budgets of MA 9, 16, and whatever.
3, 7, and 16, I think, is the ones you're talking about.
And that's what's hurting us. We need to know what the cost would be of the state coming in and actually taking over these areas.
And
There's
that's
a lot
going to
of
be.
cost involved in that.
I'm going to say it's a tall order for this discussion right now, because what you're asking for is the state to effectively do a maintenance area evaluation for
They're
any
right in the middle
area.
of it. Yeah,
I'm sorry?
Well, you're right in the middle of it. You're producing cost estimates right now because you said you would be, or at least
not as part of the maintenance area budget discussion. That's a different effort.
Yeah, I know.
And
but
so I guess I understand the board members' point of view. I'm not sure I can answer that in this forum right now for this particular output.
That's why Jane said we're going to have a more, as we go through and try to get these the LMAs to come up to standard, we're going to have to use a little leverage, and some of the leverage has to do with if you persist in not bringing your levies up to standard, that we're going to declare a maintenance. The department has to do that. You have to declare that these areas are not meeting the proper maintenance criteria, and then come in and do a state maintenance area for them. And I'll tell you, the costs are going to be substantial. And we asked for this information so we could provide that to the voters in the area, so that they'd vote positively on these assessments that they're doing. But we don't have the information, and that we got to have that.
Thank you for the input, and I'm sure division chief and my office chief have heard that as well, and so we'll go back and have separate meetings from this discussion to reach. I'm not prepared to have a discussion about that here in this particular forum at this particular time, because that's a different set of standards I'm trying to get adopted, the board to adopt today.
No, I understand, and what Jane is pointing out is that our task is to get these areas up to standard and get them to comply, either do an LOI, do a SWIFT, at least have a plan, and proceed with the plan to get your areas up to standard. But we've got to have comparable answers to the questions that the voters are asking for.
Sure. And I guess I'll follow up with just a closing on that thought process, President Edgar, is that clearly the maintenance areas are not just relying on the residents of the protected area to carry out all things. PL 8499 is covered by the state, not by the residents. Those residents don't bear that burden. So the same applies to any local maintaining agency. If PL 8499 active status happens, storm damage occurs, the federal government determines that it's an acceptable repair and they take it on, then the state comes up with that LURDS cost, not the local maintaining agency. That model works in these maintenance areas, as I've demonstrated, as it would work in the same way in other areas. There's not an expectation currently that the locals are coughing up any of that PL 8499 land easements, rights of way, relocation, or disposal costs. So that's, I can't speak to what other maintainers have done as far as their 218 budgeting, because I'm not necessarily a full party to the understanding of what went into their evaluation, but that's something we can talk through.
Yeah, no, that's why I think what Jane is proposing is that we set up more frequent meetings and get into these issues in much more detail, because this, make a presentation once a year and these issues come up and they're not resolved. Joe, you had some questions.
Yes. I'm not at all sure how this discussion is pertaining to this budget issue, but so I kind of agree with what Mark's saying. This is a budget about the maintenance areas, not about what it would take to convert an LMA to a maintenance area. That's a big question that I don't think can be answered here.
Yeah, no, I agree, but it needs to be worked on, and every time I ask the question, it says it's being worked on, but we never get any product. Anyway, go ahead.
We've had like specific requests to turn a certain LMA into an MA, what the cost would be. Yeah. I haven't heard that.
Well, that's what's got LD1 between a rock and a hard place right now.
Oh, I wasn't aware that we had tasked them with doing that. Anyway, my question on this budget was that the information that was sent out for review prior to the meeting wasn't nearly as inclusive and as well done as what was prepared in the PowerPoint. I think it's very important to have those costs per acre and also costs per linear mile in there to get some idea what we're talking about. So, Mark, I feel that that was well done as far as the presentation goes. Now, I interpreted Jane's question about the SWIFT, which I thought was super excellent. The SWIFT is a path to take to get to PL 8499 standard. Right. So that's going to have specific construction items in order to do that. And I thought the question was, does the maintenance area budget include a cost for that?
The construction items?
Oh. Yeah. Items, are we programming money in these maintenance area budgets to complete the items in the SWIFT?
Over time, we are, yes. The purpose of a system-wide improvement framework is a recognition that you cannot fully comply with all of the requirements today, and so it's a plan, a framework laying out the process with annual reporting to the Corps that we are doing, and as a SWIFT gets approved by headquarters and passed back down to the state and the maintainer, we will be in a compliance cycle, identifying work upcoming, identifying how to do that, how we're going to fund that, and effectively going through ticking off, in my opinion, highest to lowest priority issues on a case-by-case basis. And that part of the presentation that I gave in the beginning was to demonstrate how the state, as a maintainer, is proceeding with compliance effectively with PL 8499 compliance. So those checklist items that show up on the Corps' periodic inspection, those are the categories, the standard categories we work through and we identify problems. Rodent damage, erosion issues, riprap revetment, erosion reels, vegetation management, all of those functions which are ongoing pieces of our budget. There's not a budget item that says this is SWIFT compliance. It's distributed amongst how we do our rodent damage repair, how we participate in the utility crossing inventory process and our deferred maintenance project pipe replacements or extending useful life. For instance, pipes. For years, since I got to DWR in 07, the Corps has been actively trying to get the state to every 5 years inspect utility crossings that are state plan of flood control facilities. System-wide, that was not getting done. We've comprehensively, for not just DWR, for all maintainers, gone out and acquired some seed funding through our legislative, administration and legislative requests over time, our deferred maintenance program, to mentally address those risks of, not looking inside the utility crossings to see whether or not there's a hole that could be detrimental to the interior condition of the levee and changing the seepage pathway. We are doing that not just for DWR, we're doing that through the deferred maintenance project for evaluation. So that is a checklist item. If you look at what the Corps is expecting, it shows up in our SWIFT development. It will show up in our action plans each year, and it'll show up as a completed item as these SWIFTs become in place. So at this point, I just have to say, yes, the budget is considering those things and addressing those categories of work that are needed to ultimately comply with PL 8499 eligibility with or without a system-wide improvement framework in place. That's going to take, I'm going to be gone. I've got about a little less than 10 years left before I'm retiring. The end process is not going to be met while I'm at DWR, I don't think. Maybe it will be for one or two areas, but it won't be for all areas. So when I go out with 30 plus years of state service, it will be, hopefully a legacy that we leave behind, that we've improved the way the system works.
Wait a second, there's no easy out here. We're going to make you come back after those 30 years. I think that's good news, because I didn't believe that these budgets included any SWIFT actions, because most of them show no change.
Well, the budget themselves, we are focusing the work that's in those categories. So our process already considers the things that the Corps felt was important. But if you look at the whole, encroachments are a big issue. President Edgar, and you're aware of that. We've talked about encroachments before. I think Board Member Dolan mentioned it as well. It's an area that has to be resolved long-term. A lot of that is board enforcement action, and that's separate from any local maintaining agency or DWR maintenance area doing something until the legal process is resolved with a board hearing or whatever it takes to get it done. And incrementally, that's going to be probably the longest standing issue. From a risk perspective, a very small percentage of encroachments are likely to be a high risk to levee integrity compared to, those that pass through the levees, someone's permitted pipe. I'm concerned about those. A utility pole 10 feet off the toe, but still within the easement. From a maintainer perspective, that doesn't create consternation from my perspective. A bike path on the levee creates more of a maintenance hurdle than, a utility pole. But that's, all things we have to work through in the balance of public use, flood protection, funding, who is supposed to pay for what, and who's benefiting from what. So I believe our maintenance area budget's proposed adequately predict the work we need to do next fiscal year. Some of that work is directly related to us achieving pieces of our letter of intent SWIFT process for that area in our ongoing annual maintenance work.
Hey, Mr. President, Vice President Dolan had a follow-up, if you may, please.
Okay, just one question, Mark. Has the cost of the SWIFT been recovered in these budgets? Cost of doing the SWIFT?
Yeah, for our staff. We added a category for engineering and environmental support several years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago. And that was intended to cover direct engineering efforts in the area, and SWIFT is a piece of that, and or environmental support. So we recoup the cost that the state directly utilizes in a particular maintenance area to the fullest extent we can.
Was there any FMAP money used for that?
We took FMAP money in the first year of FMAP, the $20,000 for all 10 maintenance areas, and have a contract with our consultant, a task order with our consultant, to help us do a gap analysis, to effectively do an engineering assessment and analysis. So that is FMAP money, which no maintainer, it's basically 100% state funded. Right. The 10 maintenance areas comply with the requirements of FMAP. And so those meet that need. And so that funding is being used currently to identify those conditions to help us understand what if there is anything we're missing, if budget needs to be adjusted to handle anything that we're not catching. And so that process I started with our consulting team right after FMAP came into being, because it was an item that we felt we needed to just be clear on. And the questions that come up today are part of that. Previous board member, Vice President Emma Suarez would regularly ask me, and I try and think through what any board member would ask me, whether the budget covered all things necessary. And no budget will ever cover all things necessary, I guess, from a practical perspective, because it covers the work that we believe we're going to get done next fiscal year, and that we have resources and all the other work we have to do considered to get work done in a particular area. So with 300 miles of levees to maintain, half of which are direct benefited to the property owners, payment from property owners, the other half from the state's general fund, and all the channels and all the other work we have to do, our resources get spread and the highest priority work gets done. And so that is going to continue to be the process, is highest priority work getting done, the budget's addressing known work. If we go back through time, you see the maintenance area budgets have adjusted upward. Actually, the previous fiscal year, there was a fairly significant hop up in costs for almost all of the maintenance areas to address additional needs. This fiscal year, most of them didn't see a need to make that overall adjustment.
Okay, thank you. We're running along on this. Jane, did you have a question?
Nope, not a question. Follow up. Let me allay just a bit of your stress, Mr. Lewis. I don't think any of us are lacking understanding of the narrow decision point before us today, and certainly I'm not one to suggest there be a delay in adopting the budget. However, I will comment that we have these discussions annually because it provides us a necessary opportunity to have a lens on how these costs and plans and needs and budget constraints can or cannot move us forward without adjustments in policies or further discussion. So it's a core function of the board, and all board members take it very seriously that we give assurances for the systems to be adequately operated, maintained, and to look toward any repairs and replacements or rehabilitations that need to be done. So do we expect the MAs to do all that? No, we just expect them to do their part. And I'm aware there's an inspection work group, but I'm active with the board president on an LMA committee, and we struggle with how to understand, how to assist, and how to move forward. So we know about deficiencies, and I'm just suggesting ways that we can give more focus to actually address those. I'm not suggesting ways for you to, number one, answer today. I don't expect it, don't think you can, don't want you to. but I do want these needs that we've now highlighted to be on radar for more discussion, and we don't go, oh yeah, we still need to get to that. We need to get to them and have some minimal progress to be made. Incremental is good. No progress is not. So that's all. So thank you for that. And yeah, I'm going to print out your PowerPoint and I'm going to digest it even better because I think it was excellent, but a bit much for just receiving it this morning.
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez would like to speak.
Yeah, Tim.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Leslie. Thanks, Mark, for the super thorough presentation. I'll try to be very quick on a couple things that you said and echo what Jane just commented on. At some point, Mark, I think you said trying to assume the responsibility and liability. And I think, as we all know, pragmatically, we have that responsibility collectively already. So at some point, it's just us and we're all the state. What is unique about the MAs, and this is what Jane just said, is I think it's really useful to have that perspective. And what we don't want people to walk away with the impression of is that it's cheaper for the state to do it, and they should all just walk away and let you guys take over. I think there are costs associated with what you do that are not covered in the budget in front of us. And the state can leverage its experience and resources in a way that the LMAs can't. And so it's apples and oranges. And I think we want to talk through that with you offline so that we can have that discussion and we can make the case to the people on the ground, your neighbors, the LMAs, that there's a path for them. And that path isn't necessarily just to walk away. So I think we can do that. This is a very helpful discussion to have. It really helps to see what it means to do the work on the ground. But I think, again, we need to just sit down with you guys offline and talk about how we can use that information and package it in a way that Jane and Bill can then walk over and talk to the folks about how they can, in parallel, have the success that you guys have had on the ground. I think it's really useful to see, especially over time, how you guys have walked through the SWIFT process as an example. So thank you for doing that. And maybe we should take the bigger discussion offline and focus right now on the budget in front of us.
Right. Okay, any other board members?
I don't have any other requests currently.
Okay, no, any requests from the public?
I don't see any, Bill.
Okay, let's bring it back to
slide 42. I'm sorry, President Edgar. Just can you put it on slide 42?
Mr. President, this is Jane. Do you want a motion adopting the maintenance area budget?
I do.
I so move.
Okay. Jane Dolan moves that the adopted proposed budget of the maintenance areas presented by DWR be approved as presented. Is there? Okay, Tim, was that Tim Ramirez?
It was.
Okay, moved by Dolan, seconded by Ramirez that the maintenance budget be approved. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Okay. Maintenance budgets are passed unanimously by the board members that are present. Thank you.
Thank you all.
We're on item 7D, which is Deb Biswas and Paul Bruner and Lori Camara-Chu will have a status report on proposed mitigation bank project.
Good afternoon, President Edgar and the members of the board. I am Deb Biswas, board staff, permitting section. Today we are bringing item 7D to create approximately 502 acres of mitigation bank within the Feather River levee setback area in Iowa County. This presentation is related to a permit application 19079, which we are processing actively and which we intend to bring in May board meeting as a consent item. We thought this will be beneficial to give you an update on this project before placing permit application 19079 as a consent item in May. Now, I'd like to introduce Ms. Lori Clemiro-Chu, Environmental Program Manager, Department of Water Resources, Multi-Benefit Initiatives, who will walk you through the project and answer any questions you may have. This will be.
Oh, go ahead.
So this will be followed by Mr. Paul Brunner from Three Rivers Levee Improvement Authority. He will give some update, from Trilla's behalf. So with that, I give it to Lori. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Lori.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Deb, for that introduction. And thank you, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and board members for your time today. I'm Lori Clemiro-Chu with the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. I'm working with Mary Jimenez on developing the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, and more specifically, its conservation strategy. I'm also the project manager at DWR for the Feather River Setback Conservation Bank. Just really quickly before I launch in, I wanted to recall again Secretary Crowfoot's comments this morning about promoting multi-benefit projects as part of flood activities where feasible. And with this particular project, I think there's a couple of key things that indicate, this is probably one of the unique areas of the system where this kind of activity is feasible. First, there was very proactive planning in the creation and construction of the levee setback itself, where the H&H modeling that was conducted really shows that even with maximum vegetation roughness throughout the entirety of the setback area, the facilities still meet the capacity and freeboard requirements to pass a 200-year flood. So it's got that going for it. And also that we have a willing local partner that's willing to step in and manage and maintain a vegetated area in the setback. So I'm excited to be a part of this project as a way towards really advancing the CVFPB's primary and supporting goals, and speaking to the conservation strategy's measurable objectives in a more meaningful way. Next slide, please. So just a quick outline of what I'll be presenting today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the purpose of this informational briefing, and then I'm going to give the board some background on the project. I'm going into a little bit of the history, the funding, and then talking about the team's roles and responsibilities. And then I'll talk about the current status of the project, next steps, and then open it up for questions from the board. Next, please. So the purpose of today's briefing, kind of like the yellow bypass notch project that you heard earlier, I really wanted to have this opportunity to provide some background information on this project that's been under development for several years now, and then answer questions really geared towards supporting the board's consideration of the encroachment permit for this project that I understand is going to be coming up in May. Next, please. And so starting into the background, I just wanted to provide this first graphic so you can kind of see the location of the site in relation to Sacramento. If you look towards the bottom of the graphic, you can see Sacramento just the I-5 there. And if you look towards the upper half of the graphic, it might be kind of hard to see, but there's a long green rectangular parcel, and that's where the bank property is. It's about 35 miles north of Sacramento. Click next, please. And then kind of zooming in on this area, the bank parcel is shown here in red, and I just wanted to point out its proximity to several other areas along the Feather River that are already managed for ecological purposes. So you can see where several wildlife areas maintained by the Department of Fish and Wildlife are located just downstream of this site. If you look off to the west, you have U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Sutter Refuge. And then there are also some private ecological sites in the vicinity of this project. Also along the Center bypass, you have a private giant garter snake mitigation bank. And then to the south of the project site, kind of there at the confluence of Bear and Feather, just before it enters the Center bypass, you have Audubon's Bobolane Sanctuary, which is privately held and maintained. And then also the Bear River Habitat Restoration Site, which is maintained by Trill. Next slide, please. And so a little bit of the history on the project. DWR's early implementation program basically provided the funding that constructed the levee setback along the Feather River, which opened up an additional 1,600 acres of new floodway. And the construction for that was completed in 2010. And then back in 2012, the Department of Water Resources Flood Safe Environmental Stewardship and Statewide Resources Office, at that time it was FESRO, developed guidelines and a proposal solicitation package to secure mitigation for the environmental impacts of future repair, replacement, and rehabilitation of state plan of flood control facilities. And the thinking, as outlined in kind of the 2012 conservation framework, as well as the 2016 conservation strategy, in setting up these areas, is that you know, we really feel that thinking about establishing these larger mitigation areas in advance of project need really yields more timely and efficient flood project implementation and the ability to meet environmental mitigation requirements at a lower cost. And so as, you know, as the result of the guidelines and the proposal solicitation package that were put together in 2012 and 2013, we eventually selected a proposal submitted by Three Rivers Levee Improvement Authority, Trilla, to create an advanced mitigation bank on 502 acres of the setback area that was created by the levee. Next, please. And so I believe you may have received kind of a more detailed timeline of kind of the development of this project over the last 5 to 6 years. But I guess I'd just say over the years, Trilla and its partners have worked extensively with the Department of Water Resources, and we've come up with a couple of iterations of conceptual habitat planting designs for this parcel over the years. And most recently in 2018 and 2019, in conversations with Division of Flood Management's Flood Maintenance Office, what you're looking at here in this graphic is the planting palette that we've all agreed upon. So based on the vegetation mitigation needs of FMO. And so you'll see we're looking at about 100 acres of elderberry shrubland. That's kind of this tan area in the upper right portion of the site. The majority of the site shown in green would be mixed riparian forest. And then we also have some areas in blue that are riparian shrubland. And you'll notice that a lot of those blue areas also extend to the edges of the property to address some concerns that came up about management of vegetation at the borders of the site. Let's see if there's anything else. No. Okay, next, please. A little bit more information on where the funding for this project has come from. Again, I noted that FESRO initially funded this project through a service contract in the amount of $4.4 million. And then we processed an amendment late last year, basically to help accommodate some of the increased costs from the planting palette redesign from the previous conceptual design. Division of Flood Management's Flood Maintenance Office also provided $1.3 million in general fund last year, again to accommodate the increased planting and plant establishment and irrigation costs of the new design, as well as you know, making sure the plants got established and were maintained in those early years. And then finally, we have Trilla providing local funds to an endowment that would be used for long-term management and maintenance of the site. And so just very quickly at the bottom of the table, I've laid out the percentage total of the contributions from each of these sources. And the thinking, by identifying these percentages and the agreement that DWR and Trilla have come to is that any benefits accrued from this project, specifically the mitigation credits that are created there, would be divided up among the entities that provided this funding in approximately these percentages. And so for this investment, for example, Flood Maintenance Office would be able to reserve about 17.5% of mitigation credits for its O&M activity. Next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit more information about who's on the team and their responsibilities. Again, DWR has provided a lot of bond funding and general fund towards this project with the objective of getting some advanced mitigation credits. Trilla is the bank sponsor and is providing local private funds for, again, the endowment for long-term maintenance of the site. River Partners is responsible for the design of the planting palette and will be responsible for maintenance and monitoring at the site while plants are established for several years. And then long-term land management responsibility would go to the Sacramento Valley Conservancy. Next slide, please. So the current status of the project, it's secured its 408 permission letter from the Army Corps of Engineers earlier this month. And again, we are looking at board consideration of the encroachment permit for this project next month. And I think of critical note here is that the intent is to really get this project constructed, basically planted in late spring this year, basically as soon as possible. We have made a significant investment in nursery plants that if they're not planted here in the next up to 6 weeks are at risk of mortality, and the project would incur significant costs to replace those. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next steps is, again, I mentioned securing the encroachment permit as soon as possible so that we can effect planting of the site this spring. And then continue in our discussions with the Conservation Bank Review Team, which consists of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, bank enabling instrument for this project. And some of the content of those EEI components really, are being developed concurrent with looking at encroachment permit terms and conditions. And so very quickly on the conservation easement, I mentioned earlier that the modeling for the site, really allowed for maximum roughness and showed to still, pass the 200-year flood. And I think that, with this modeling, it really leaves enough flexibility for us to pursue a conservation easement that incorporates flowage easement language so that management of the habitat can be done in accordance with flood requirements. And that's something, that we're continuing to talk about with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, is that's a little bit different than the template conservation easements that they use when evaluating mitigation banks. And then again, we're also still kind of tweaking some of the details on the development and interim management plan and the long-term management plan. So, being able to look at the general terms and conditions of this permit are really helping to inform those discussions, and been really thankful for board staff's assistance in providing some of this information. Next, please. Okay, so I think that pretty much wraps up my high-level coverage of what this project is about, what it's intending to do. I think before I turn it over to questions, I know there's a couple other project partners on the phone. Just want to throw out there to see if they have anything to add to the content of the presentation, or anything they want to add for board consideration before I open it up.
Yeah, Lori, this is Paul Bruner, the Executive Director for Three Rivers. I have a few comments to make. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, Lori, you did a great job on the presentation. And from Three Rivers perspective, we are really excited for quite a while trying to get this project done and move forward. And as you can tell by the timeline, we've been involved for quite a while trying to move this project along and get it done. A couple of things I'll add to why we're involved on this project. Trilla itself doesn't have a need, at least not yet on our projects, for the advanced mitigation types of habitat that we are constructing. That might sound kind of unique. Why are we involved? Well, Trilla is involved because, as you know, we've been involved with a whole bunch of different multi-benefit projects. We built the bear setback, we manage it, that area down there, and we have different habitat types there, and we have long-term commitments by doing that. And then on the feather setback, we worked with the board and DWR and that to build the feather setback. And we have mitigation sites to the north, Elderberry site. We have a wetland site that we maintain. And we also own orchards out in the feather setback area that we maintain. The bank area, if you actually turn back to slide 2 in Lori's presentation, that would be great, is situated in between the properties that Trilla will continue to own into the future. And on the picture that you see here in the little right-hand corner of the presentation outline slide, you'll see the bank outline in blue. Just to the right of it is the Feather River Setback Levee, setback levee. Constructed and was completed, as Lori was saying, on the 2008-10 time period on it. So it's nestled into that area on the water side of the levee between the levee and the Feather River as to where this bank is located on it. Our mitigation sites are just, wetlands are just to the south along with some orchards, and on the far side to the north, top of the screen of that picture is also some orchard and an elderberry mitigation site. Those mitigation sites are important because one of the biggest issues that come up with trying to build these sites and going forward is the long-term commitment to maintain them. And that's really been an issue that, besides the conservation easement and the flood easement language that Lori was mentioning, is just long-term O&M commitment. And so what Three Rivers did when we submitted the application to try to advance multi-benefit opportunities, we proposed the state bank. We took our endowments that we have, or at least money in trust for all our mitigation sites, and we worked with our partners to stretch those funds to try to make this par for the site fit within them, and that we committed to making that work that way so that we could advance multi-benefit opportunities and we could build a template like this for multi-benefit in the floodway. And so far it's working. And we've been able to stretch and make it work with our partners to do that. And we remain committed to doing that on it. But that's something that a local agency can do. And we try, and we're going to continue to try. We also tried hard to get the right wording in a conservation easement that blends the idea of hydraulics and habitat management together in flood issues to try to resolve that conflict between CDFW and flood. And I think we have a working solution, and I think DWR is working hard now with CDFW to get the conservation easement, our bank enabling instrument, that language worked out so that we can have a really great template on this project. So those are the things I wanted to hit on, Bill. And I'll be glad to have anyone else on our team that wants to talk or turn it over to questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Leslie and Ryan, are there any questions either from the board or the public?
I have nothing from the board at this point.
I don't see anything either, Bill.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
Tim.
Yeah.
Very quickly, I wanted to thank folks for the update and just encourage as Paul said, to continue to work through it. This is a great example of what we're trying to do in lots of places, right? Is thread the needle and deal with the long-term obligations, both for protecting the system from a flood point of view, but also the habitat. And I know this is something that is very challenging on both ends, and it sounds like people are getting there. I just wanted to thank folks for doing that and encourage them to continue to do it, and hopefully it'll make its way through the process. And then maybe some night they can come back and talk about how it was resolved. If we don't see it ourselves, it'd be good to get a report back. So I'd like to have this as an example for other people to follow. I think we have all the right people working together, and hopefully we'll get that.
Thanks, Tim. Lori, this is Bill Edgar. If I could ask one question, is the financing of this project completely baked in at this point? Is there any questions or?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think in large part it's mostly been determined, but there could be some little tweaks, you know, on say for the endowment figures that might figure into the percentage breakdowns. But I mean, for the most part, I think we have got the basics of the funding all covered.
Well, does that include all the state money? Because I'm thinking of what the budget folks are going through now to try to deal with this COVID-19 situation on the budget for the state. They're taking everybody's money to do what they have to do. So,
yeah.
Is there any question about the state money at this point?
No, not to my knowledge, because we've got it's all proposition money that's dedicated to it. It's already been encumbered, and so we still have another 3 years to go ahead and expend that. It's already been committed.
Okay.
Same with the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Okay, without any questions, further questions, we'll move on to item 8, if please the board. Item 8A, Leslie, is your report on the committee and liaison assignment update.
Bill, this is Joe. I do have a comment on that last item. It's okay?
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
Okay, I've been retired about 10 years, so just to give you some idea of the scope, but I worked on the basic hydraulics of that levee setback over 10 years ago. And one of the things that we insisted on is that we use, instead of the most optimistic channel roughness end value, to use the most pessimistic end value that would allow vegetation to take place in there and still pass the design flow. So we actually used channel roughness numbers that were way in more rough than what existed at the time. And that's what's allowed this project to go forward without having impact on the flood system. So this is an example of how multi-project stuff has to occur. When you go into the basic design, you have to allow space for like what we've done here with this environmental bank and enhancement in the area. So I just wanted to make that point that it's not good enough to wait and to come in later. You've got to really do it right at the start if you're going to make these things work.
Good point, Joe. Thank you for making those comments. Leslie, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 8A this morning is a request for the board to modify our existing policy regarding board member committees and liaison assignments. Ryan, if you could put up the draft of the actual policy, please. I'll just point out it is in track changes format, so the changes should be easy to see. And essentially what we're doing is adding our newest board member Johnson, to the advisory committee. So there would be Vice President Dolan and Board Member Johnson on the advisory committee. We're also adding Board Member Johnson to the Mid and Upper Sacramento Regional Planning Area. And thank you, Mr. President, for agreeing to move to the alternate to allow him to have that assignment. And we are adding him to the Lower Sac Delta North Planning Group in the slot previously held by Board Member Clyde McDonald. We're also moving new Board Member Johnson as the alternate to you, Mr. President, on the Yolo Bypass Partnership. And he is going to be the second board representative to the Central Valley Flood Control Association. So with those changes, I would just ask the board to adopt this policy with the understanding that we are very likely to revisit this again later this year or as soon as we get our 7th board member.
Any questions from the board?
I move approval.
Okay. Let me ask if there's anybody in the public that want to speak on this. Ryan, do you see anybody?
Let me check. I don't see anyone right now.
Okay. Moved by Countryman, seconded by
Tim.
Seconded by Ramirez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously with the members present. We're on to item 8B, SSJD Assessment District Feasibility Study, and Ruth Darling, as well as members of the project team, will present a little update of the study to the board for the board's information. This is an important project that we're hoping to get underway this year. So I guess, Ruth, you want to head this up?
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, my name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager for the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. I'm excited to present this to you today. This is an informational briefing on the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District Assessment District Feasibility Study. That's a long title, I know. So while a similar update was presented at the coordinating committee in February, this is the first time the entire board will hear the team's technical approach and stakeholder engagement plan. So we're happy to be here today and present this to you. So as a reminder, reutilizing the Sacramento and Drainage District as an assessment district was identified as a potential funding source in the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, as well as the investment strategy. It was identified as a potential funding source for capital and ongoing investments in the Central Valley. So funding was secured by the board in 2018 to begin the request for proposal and contracting process. In September 2019, the board selected a consultant team led by Larson, Wurzel and Associates to conduct the assessment district feasibility study. The work on the feasibility study commenced in January of 2020, and the consultant team is responsible for evaluating the feasibility of reutilizing the SJDD assessment district to provide funding for system-wide improvements and the operation and maintenance of associated flood control structures and levees within the state plan of flood control. The project will culminate with a report of findings for consideration by the board. And with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Scott Brown with Larson, Wurzel and Associates, as well as Kim Floyd with Kim Floyd Consulting, to describe the approach for conducting the feasibility study.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Good morning, President Edgar, or it's afternoon now, members of the board. I'm Scott Brown with Larson, Wurzel and Associates. With me today here, we have several team members that are present to address any questions as well. Seth Wurzel and Liz Abdissa from my office are also here. Kim Floyd is on the phone. She'll be speaking later about the public outreach approach. Laura Bird with Jacobs and Associates, or Jacobs Engineering, is also on the phone. She'll be giving some background from the investment strategy that led into the study. And also Michael Cullen is the attorney that we've brought onto the team to help guide us through the legal and legislative analysis to evaluate feasibility. Ryan, next slide. Okay, so we are here to talk about a feasibility study for utilizing the SSJDD and the assessment authority that it has. Before we get into that study, I wanted to turn it over to Laura to talk about her background in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update and the development of the investment strategy that led to the need for this study. So Laura, if you could.
All right, thanks, Scott. Can everyone hear me okay?
Sure.
Yes. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. Like Scott mentioned, my name is Laura Bird. I'm with Jacobs Engineering. As a consultant who supported DWR in the development of the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update and its investment strategy. And so I know you guys are, many of you are intimately familiar with that, but just for some background, I wanted to kind of give everyone a reminder of what the adopted plan put together and set forth as far as investment need. So if you can advance to the next slide, Brian. So the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan put forth an estimated investment need for the entire state plan of flood control of $17 to $21 billion over 30 years. And that's broken down into two different categories of ongoing investments, which are annual routine activities that happen and occur every year, and then capital investments, which are those large one-time improvements and construction costs. And you can see there we've got dollars per year presented of a recommended need for the ongoing investments of 250 to 310 million per year. And then for capital is 12 to 16 billion dollars over the 30 years. And so I just want to call out that many of these investments and costs were identified from various supporting efforts that supported the plan, including the RFMPs, the baseline feasibility studies, the OMR&R work group costs, small community projects, state operation and emergency management costs, and then state floodplain management costs as well. So if you want to advance the next slide, Ryan. I want to focus a little bit on first the ongoing investments and then the capital investments, just as a refresher. So for the ongoing investments, like I mentioned previously, the $250 to $310 million per year was identified as the ongoing need. And that includes emergency management, reservoir operations, routine maintenance, and then many floodplain type activities such as risk awareness campaigns and plannings and studies, as well as floodplain mapping. And so the graph we're showing here, the left column is currently what is spent, estimated to be spent as presented in the 2017 update, about $117 million per year on these types of activities. And what the plan recommended was, increasing that to the $250 to $310 million per year. So you can see there's a large amount of need that's currently unfunded or would need to be funded in the future. And that's made up of state, federal, and local sources. You can see the colors there correspond to the approximate shares of each of those partners. So the state's in red, the federal is in blue, and the local's in green. And that right-hand column that's showing the overall need for ongoing is looking at the end of phase 3. So that would be in 30 years for the ongoing investment. So that's at the end of the period. We'd want to be ramped up to that point, basically. So I think we can move on to the next slide. Okay, and so similarly, we'll focus on some capital investments here. Basically, the reported need was $12 to $16 billion over the next 30 years. And that really includes some large system-wide projects that you guys are all familiar with, and many of the ones we've heard a lot about today. YOLO bypass, Paradise Cut, urban levee improvements, rural levee improvements and repairs, many multi-benefit types of improvements, and small community improvement projects as well. So again, a comparison here of kind of our current funding level and where we think we need to be over the 30-year period. On the left-hand column, we have the current investment, which is about $4 billion. That's a 2016 for state, federal, and local partners just on capital investments. And we're looking at the end of, all phases combined at the end of the 30-year period to be between that $12 to $16 billion. So again, a significant gap that we're trying to fill, what we need out to improve the state plan of flood control and enhance it. So you can, and I just want to say again, a lot of these projects and costs are rolled up from all of the supporting efforts that we have provided in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, the RFPs, basin-wide feasibility study projects, etc. So if you want to go ahead and advance to the next slide, Ryan. So the figures I just talked about earlier, present a large lift that needs to be filled for, by state, federal, and local partners, and it's a significant lift that would be something that needs to be funded going into the future. And so the 2017 investment strategy that accompanied the plan looked at ways to do that and what would need to be established from each of those funding partners to make this possible. So if you look at the kind of the top band of what's presented on this slide, you've got state, federal, and local across the top, and those are existing sources that we typically see contributions from for these types of projects and investments. And then we presented 3 new funding mechanisms that are contributed to the state in the 2017 investment strategy. And kind of the punchline here, and what we'll talk about a lot more today, is one of those new mechanisms was the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District and reutilizing this district. The investment strategy laid out was a potential revenue generation of $25 million per year from that assessment to contribute towards capital and ongoing type investments, like Ruth pointed out earlier. So I'd like to just give you an example here, kind of breaking down what that looks like on the next slide. So we can take a look at the state mechanisms. And so here we're looking at 2 columns. Basically, the left column is the current funding level that we see from those funding mechanisms. And then the right-hand column is the recommended funding level by the end of the 30-year period that's been recommended in the 2017 update. So if you start kind of on the first row, the general fund, the annual average level we're seeing from the general fund over 2006 to 2015 is about $40 million per year. And the investment strategy and the plan is looking to increase that to $190 million annually to be able to achieve the state's share of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Additionally, the general obligation bond are similar, well, they're much greater, obviously, but an average annual current funding level of $180 million per year from 2006 to 2007, or 15, excuse me. And noting that that was mostly Prop 1E and 84, as you've heard so much about earlier this morning. And the recommended funding level proposed by the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan was a $2.5 billion bond every decade. So one per decade for the 30 years. And that's a significant share of the state's contribution towards the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. And those new mechanisms I talked about earlier, one of which is the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District. Obviously, they don't have a current funding level because they're not in place at this point. But there are the recommended funding levels listed there in the right-hand column. And again, the drainage district is $25 million is what we're thinking annually from the investment strategy. And so I just want to make a couple points here before I hand it back to Scott. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District here is listed as a state. It would be administered by the state more than likely, but it would be locally funded. So I just want to note that's why it's not shown in kind of the locals bucket right now. But the $25 million is a relatively small portion compared to the other two larger state fund and state general obligation bond amounts to make up the state share. And so really, this is looking at potentially anything that could be funded by the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District. Would be looking for activities that would be funded on a stable and consistent basis. And so, we've heard in the past that, the general fund can sometimes, the funds can be diverted for other purposes, or in times like right now where there's other emergencies that take precedent. But really the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District would be looking for a stable funding stream for some of those activities in our system that are either not funded right now or underfunded. So I think that covers everything I wanted to make sure I conveyed to you today, and I'll turn it back over to Scott.
Okay, great. Thank you, Laura. So that brings us here today. So we're here to take a closer look at whether that $25 million funding or level of funding is feasible, and that's what the study will ultimately end up revealing or not. So to start off with here, this is just a little bit of background. I'm sure you're aware, but just as a refresher for the audience as well. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District was formed in 1913 to provide funding for O&M of the state's flood control projects. It was collected up until the mid-30s, I believe, was the date that assessments were no longer collected. Had to do with turnover of land. That was kind of the middle of some hard times, and so the number of foreclosures and collections became problematic. The district does have authorized land and right-of-way acquisition, and that's its primary function today, holding lands for the state. And so what we wanted to point out in this, in terms of the map you're looking at here, the black dashed line that runs up and down the valley is the boundary, the legal boundary of the SSJDD. And we found that when we overlay some of the study areas, the regional study areas, we're finding inconsistencies with that boundary. And so part of the feasibility will not only look at the funding stream, but also whether adjustments to that boundary will be required. Next slide, please. So the SSJDD has the authority to levy an assessment on lands. That's in Water Code 8750. That assessment is governed currently by Prop 13, which is still has a proportional benefit requirement. So the assessment has to be apportioned according to the benefit. It is different than Prop 218 that the locals are required to follow, namely in that there are certain flexibilities for who is assessed, what properties are assessed and what aren't in terms of government. There's a little more leeway in Prop 13 for that. The authority also allows for an assessment to be proportional to an entire endeavor, meaning the entire system, or it can be apportioned based on a defined project within the system. What that would allow is we could be evaluating regional assessments through the SSJDD versus a system-wide assessment, and we'll be looking at that. Next slide, Ryan. Thank you. So the study objectives. We're here to evaluate whether it's feasible to levy or an assessment on properties through the SSJDD to provide ongoing funding for O&M and or capital improvements. That's what we've been asked to look at specifically. But we also felt that if that were determined to be feasible, we should also be developing an implementation process for the board to move on and consider beyond just the feasibility study. So we're not looking to put a study on the shelf, and we're looking for an action plan to come out of it as well. Next slide, Ryan. So in terms of testing feasibility, we've met with board staff, and we've identified kind of these key requirements that we feel are essential for testing feasibility. Stakeholder buy-in from local LMAs and municipalities is a key feature there. We've felt that without their buy-in, there'd be significant pushback at the legislative level. We feel that the funding requirements need to supplement and not compete with existing state and local agency funding. So as Laura pointed out, there were an investment strategy had a certain level of funding coming from the general fund or GO bonds, and this should be supplemental to that and not be a replacement for any of those funding streams. It must be, it needs to be affordable to local landowners, and that will be testing both tax burden and residual land value. It needs to be sizable enough to provide a decent return on investment for the board in terms of staff administrative time and annual administrative costs. It needs a political pathway to be viable, and there needs to be a legal defense for the actions that the board would want to take. All that would come into a defined plan of action for implementation. Okay, Ryan, next slide. So our general study approach and schedule, right now we're in the middle of kind of the first phase here where we've initiated stakeholder meetings. We've held 3 meetings so far, plus presentations at the coordinating committee. And we have 3 more regional meetings coming up, plus a meeting with the Flood Association. During this stage, we're looking for services that have buy-in from local stakeholders, and those services would be what would be reviewed further for in terms of feasibility. And we're developing the background information that sets the stage for what we'll be testing and how we'll be testing that. We're hoping to wrap that up here by June. We had to push that a month due to some meeting delays due to the pandemic stay-at-home orders. But we're trying to maintain the schedule moving forward. So the next stage after that, we would come back and develop beneficiaries associated with the services and start to identify test cases that would be in the second half of this year. We would go back out to stakeholders again and solicit feedback. Then we would start developing the methodology and testing those specific test cases through the remainder of the year into early next year, and then refine the implementation plan and bring a report of findings to this board in April of 2021 with a final report out for public review and presented to this board for final action in June of 2021. That's the schedule that we kind of laid out and committed to, and we'll see as we move through this next couple of months if there's any further delays from stay-at-home orders, but we're hoping to maintain that. Next slide, and I believe I'm going to be passing it off to Kim Floyd to talk about our stakeholder engagement plan and approach for getting stakeholder buy-in. Kim here?
And the board.
There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now.
Okay. So I'm going to start over then. You can see from that last slide in Scott's discussion of our approach that we're relying heavily on stakeholder engagement. And when the board went out with the RFP for this particular project, what was interesting was that stakeholder engagement was the highest priority service listed in the RFP. So from a stakeholder outreach perspective, we agree with the board's assessment of the value of that effort. We are planning to have many rounds of discussion, as Scott noted, that's necessary to developing a shared understanding of the opportunities, the constraints, the issues, and the concerns. Again, we did not go into this with any preconceived notion of feasibility. We're relying on our stakeholders to help us arrive at an outcome, whatever that may be. Each cycle that Scott went over is going to take several months so that we can make sure that there's more than enough opportunity for people to think about what we're discussing, what we're asking, and provide that input. Originally, we had planned to do as many face-to-face discussions as people could tolerate, but obviously the COVID-19 situation has changed our approach, and now we're doing small group meetings by WebEx and by phone, but we will emphasize those small group meetings going forward. We are prioritizing the practitioners, the LMAs, the AFCAs, and the Central Valley Flood Control Association. We will be reaching out to NGOs, and among those, I'm not just speaking to environmental NGOs, but farm bureaus and other special interests. And then we'll be wrapping in cities and counties and other special districts to better understand local capacity for additional fees and assessments. We will be doing some larger group meetings. Most of those will be timed around key milestones, coordinating committee meeting updates, workshops, and meetings and reports back to the board. And then we'll be circulating draft documents so that when we arrive at the end and we're developing a draft report, there will have been plenty of opportunity for people to provide input into that along the way, provide for a cleaner process at the end. Next slide, Ryan, please. So we didn't come into this project completely blind. As many may recall, the 2019 Central Valley Flood Control Association flood forum focused on the SSJDD assessment district feasibility study before it had gone out to RFP. So we made very careful note of what questions were asked at that point. We've also had many informal discussions with practitioners. We've gathered information from the OM3R work group, from discussions that stemmed from the 2017 CVFPB update, as well as our kickoff meeting with board staff. So this is just, I'm not going to read these to you, but this is just some of the questions that we were already considering moving forward. As Scott said, we've had 3 meetings plus a presentation to the coordinating committee. We will be scheduling more meetings. We're working our way into the San Joaquin region now, and so we'll be adding to this list. So I just want to thank everybody who's joined our meetings thus far. Our discussions have been really great. That's it, Scott.
Okay, next slide, Ryan. So the next set of slides here are just a brief overview of the different aspects of the study in sort of a general outline of the chapters or discussion points in the report. The first is really to set the stage for the state of facilities out there today, a summary of conditions and services needed, what funding shortfalls or what existing funding exists. Some LMAs are sufficiently funded, some are not. We'll have a summary of flood risk within regions, and we'll break that down as detailed as we feel necessary to feed into the beneficiary analysis. And along with that, we'll have a full evaluation of the existing legal authority and included any restrictions that would occur there. Next slide, please. Following that, we would get into a discussion of a beneficiary analysis. The first step of that, which we're working on now, is really defining the services or improvements that would be funded or could be funded through an assessment by the SSJDD. As part of that, we would identify from those services what the actual benefits are and who benefits from those services, and develop a methodology that could be applied to determine how to apportion a benefit across land. We're going to look at performing test cases. We didn't feel that we needed to look at every district or every region in detail in order to determine feasibility, but that we should look at least 3 different types of districts, and we'll talk about that more in a slide in a second. But based on those test cases, we'll be able to estimate the potential revenue that the district could provide on an annual basis. Next slide, Ryan. So our assumption and thought going into the assessment methodology is to uphold the Prop 218 beneficiary pay standard. That's the standard that all of the local maintaining agencies have to adhere to when they raise funds in their districts. And we felt that utilizing or applying that same standard here would help to ensure stakeholder buy-in. The methodology, again, just to sort of drive it home, the services are really what drive the benefits that are received by specific beneficiaries. So we'll be defining that through the methodology. That methodology will also consider the attributes of the beneficiaries in terms of where they are geographically. Certain districts or regions may have higher flood risk, lower flood risk, and that'll all come to fruition in the methodology. Next slide, Ryan. So I briefly touched on the test cases. What we propose to do is to look at 3 test cases one from a rural area, a rural LMA, one in an urban area, and one in a Delta Island or a Delta district. Maybe not a complete island, but definitely an LMA in the Delta. What we would do is do a deep dive on these districts, look at their land use, look at their flood risk, apply the methodology that's developed, and determine what the level of funding, a feasible level of funding could be raised from this district. Next slide. So then from those 3 test cases, we would prorate the revenue that we think those districts could provide from affordability and benefit received in those districts, and apportion that throughout the Sacramento San Joaquin Drainage District based on acreage protected, miles of levee maintained, type of LMA, and any of the other attributes we might determine along the way that are key to apportioning the benefit out. Next slide. So in the end, the report will end with an implementation plan once we've tested out feasibility. We would identify any legal constraints and try to set forth a pathway for any legislative changes to overcome those. We would evaluate whether a single district-wide assessment is more prudent than, say, a regional implementation based on an RFMP region or any other subunit of an RFMP region. We would identify any data or analysis that would need to be performed by the board in order to establish the apportionment of costs or the budget that would go into those services, and identify the steps the board would need to take in order to levy that. Next slide. So along the way, as we're defining these services, we will likely hear some ideas that are important services to fund, but those may not be appropriate to be funded through an assessment. They may provide more general benefit that doesn't really tie down to a specific land benefit that an assessment is required to have. So for those, we will sort of table those to the side, identify those services that are there, and then try to identify potential funding sources for future study that would develop those funding mechanisms. Next slide. Okay, in the end, we get a report. So along the way, as we're developing these sections, we will be providing draft sections to stakeholders, board staff, board members for review and input along the way. Our hope is that we can be working together in conjunction with stakeholders to where once we have a completed draft document that is presented to this board, it's really becomes a discussion at the higher conceptual level, that we've resolved any particular issues within specific stakeholder groups, and ultimately provide a report that would go out for sort of a formal public comment period and bring that back to the board for consideration. Next slide. So we've talked about next steps a little bit, but I'll just reiterate those. We're wrapping up probably by the middle of, hopefully by the middle of May, end of May, some of our initial stakeholder meetings. We're developing screening criteria to refine the list of services. So we're soliciting input on what services or improvements that local stakeholders are supportive of. And we're reviewing existing data to identify funding shortfalls and need within the LMAs. And I believe with that, next slide, that sort of presentation, again, Ruth is the program manager and the project manager. Kim is the stakeholder outreach coordinator. Our contact information is there. The main next step is that we have a board workshop scheduled for May 8th. And in that workshop, we're going to be trying to solicit input from board members in terms of what they feel should be funded in terms of services, projects, activities, what they feel we should be looking at in the feasibility study, alongside those services or activities that local stakeholders are interested in. And with that, Ruth, do you have any further comments, or I can turn it over to the board for questions?
I don't have any comments. I just want to say thank you to the presenters. Good job. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Bill, you're on
you
mute.
are on mute still.
Are there any questions from the board members?
I don't have any requests, Mr. President.
Okay. Is there any requests from the public?
I don't see any requests.
Okay. Leslie, do you want to take a 15-minute break?
I think we need one just for our transcriber.
Okay. Ryan, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at, well, let's make it 2 o'clock, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Ryan, are we back up?
We can start back if you'd like.
Okay. Is it 2 o'clock?
Just about, yeah.
Well, okay, I'll wait a minute. It's not quite that yet.
My clock says 2 o'clock, Bill, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Okay, thank you for allowing that, Jim Peter has expressed his appreciation, so great. Okay, we're on item 8C, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And Ruth, you're introducing this item as you did the other one.
Hi. Yes. So you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So good afternoon. Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And today, board staff Jennifer Hallis and myself will present an informational briefing on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, as well as groundwater sustainability plans. We will let the board know our effort in reviewing and providing on the local groundwater sustainability plans. In addition, I will go over that itself, its goals and timelines, agencies that are involved with authorities, and we also discuss the board's role in SGMA, provide the board with 3 examples of GSPs, and which are the groundwater sustainability plans, and proposed comment provided on the GSPs. Next slide, Ryan. Okay, so the Sustainable Groundwater Management, or SGMA, was signed into law in 2014. It's codified in Water Code. And the goal of SGMA is to better manage California's groundwater supplies over the long term, emphasizing that groundwater is to be managed at the local level. Next slide. So what SGMA does, it establishes a definition of sustainable groundwater management. It also establishes a framework for local agencies to develop plans and implement strategies to manage groundwater resources. It prioritized basins with the greatest problems and ranked them from high and medium priority. In addition, it sets a 20-year timeline for implementation of groundwater sustainability plans, which I'll go over next slide. So directs local agencies to work together to create a plan to balance the amount of water pumped out and put back into the basin. Local agencies have formed groundwater sustainability agencies, also known as GSAs. To date, over 260 GSAs in over 140 basins have been formed. GSAs have been required to develop and adopt groundwater sustainability plans. A GSP can be a single plan or developed by one or multiple GSAs or multiple plans coordinated pursuant to a coordination agreement. The GSPs include the who, which is administrative information, the what, which is basin setting, where, in addition to how, which is the project, post-project and management actions. The goal of the GSPs is long-term sustainability of groundwater basins. So sustainability in the context of water means managing our water resources to meet the needs of today in terms of drinking water, farming, and the environment, while also not impacting the ability of future generations to also meet their needs. SGMA requires local agencies to define sustainability, but does not prescribe the path to sustainability. So sustainability indicators are the effects caused by groundwater conditions occurring throughout the basin that, when significant and unreasonable, become undesirable results. So these undesirable results are defined in SGMA. Next, please. And the goal of SGMA is for basins to reach sustainability within 20 years of implementing their plans. So that's 2040 for critically overdraft, which would also be the high priority basins. And also in year 2042 for remaining high and medium priority basins. Next slide, please. So the governance for SGMA, It's representative of the groundwater sustainability agencies, as these are locally driven plans. The Department of Water Resources, through the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, or SIGMO, has the responsibility to review GSPs and accept GSPs as adequate or not. So the GSA is the planning and implementation agency. They developed, adopt, and implement the GSP. And then the Department of Water Resources is a regulating and assisting agency that developed GSP regulations and technical data, financial assistance, and information and guidance. So once GSP is accepted by DWR, DWR begins an evaluation process. This is a 2-year process and can lead to the following actions. Approval of the GSP, which could incorporate DWR's assessment with consideration of public comments, which is where we're at today, the public comment period. The GSP can be deemed incomplete, and DWR can request additional information, or it can be deemed inadequate. If the GSP is deemed inadequate, or if the GSP implementation leads to significant or desirable results, the State Water Resources Control Board steps in. The State Water Resources Control Board is the enforcing agency. So they can enforce an interim plan, which can include corrective actions, enforcement, a monitoring plan, and schedule. And basins can receive appropriate status, causing the State Water Resources Control Board to make groundwater decisions. In addition, there is an annual reporting requirement for accepted and approved GSPs. GSPs are updated at a minimum of every 5 years. Next slide, please. So the board's role in SIGMA. The board is the regulatory agency responsible for ensuring appropriate standards are met for construction, maintenance, and of the flood control system in the Central Valley. The board jurisdiction includes all facilities of the State Plan of Flood Control, which is comprised of 1,600 miles of levees, over 1,300 miles of designated floodway, and approximately 18,000 parcels of land held in fee, easement, or in land use agreements by the Sacramento and San Joaquin. In addition, maintenance of State Plan of Flood Control facilities is the responsibility of the through assurance agreements with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and in most cases, the state transfers maintenance responsibility to local maintaining agencies through state and local assurance agreements. Subsidence, as identified as one of the 6 undesirable outcomes, has the potential to impact State Plan of Flood Control facilities. Any decrease in freeboard affect the integrity of the State Plan of Flood Control system. And in addition, undesirable results can affect maintenance of SPFC facilities as well as non-SPFC facilities, Lower San Joaquin Levee District facilities, designated floodways, and regulated streams. Next slide, please, Ryan. Board staff, Jennifer Callis will now provide a general overview of the critically overflow basins with GSPs that contain water courses and features subject to the board's jurisdiction. Ms. will provide 3 examples of GSPs that have been reviewed by board staff to date. This will include summary of key findings, conclusion, and proposed projects discussed in the GSPs. Are you there, Jennifer?
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Callis, environmental scientist with the Environmental Services section. 94 groundwater basins have been identified as medium and high priority. Sorry, you can advance to the next slide. Of those 94 basins, the Department of Water Resources has identified 21 of them as critically overdrafted. 11 of those are located within the board's jurisdictional boundaries. And you'll notice by looking at the map, the majority of courses and facilities are located in the northern San Joaquin Valley groundwater basin. We have named all of the basins on this map, and you'll see a number next to each one of them. So you'll see the most southern subbasin, Kern County, has the number 5 next to it, and that is meant to signify the number of planning areas or GSPs within that particular area. We have also identified the approximate location of the 3 GSP examples that we'll go over later on today. Next slide, please. And this table provides a little bit of a breakdown of the subbasins and the number of planning areas within each and the type of facilities. So within our jurisdictional boundaries, there are 36 planning areas that are managed by GSAs. 5 of those areas happen to not contain any state plan flood control facilities, lower San Joaquin levee district facilities, regulated streams, or designated floodways, but 31 of them do. So if you look at the first row, Chowchilla, they only have 1 planning area or GSP, and that has all the types of facilities or watercourses that we would be interested in. So as stated, there's 31 GSPs that we are currently interested in, and so we are in the process of reviewing all of those, and we've selected 3 to summarize for you today. Next slide, please. Our first example is the Chowchilla Joint GSP, and this is a coordinated plan for 4 GSAs, and those 4 GSAs include the Chowchilla Water District, Madera County Chowchilla, County of Merced, and Triangle T Water District. And within their boundaries, they do have the Chowchilla River, Ash Slough, Verenda Slough, Chowchilla Bypass, Eastside Bypass, San Joaquin River, and Fresno River, all of which are watercourses that we would be interested in. These GSAs have separated their planning area into 2 designated management areas. They have the Eastern Management Area and the Western Management Area. And the boundary between the 2 lies approximately along the Chowchilla Canal Bypass. And the reason they've separated their boundaries into 2 different management areas is because the western side has exhibited significant subsidence and damage to infrastructure. So the Western Management Area, according to the GSP, has experienced 5 feet of subsidence since 1920. In a more recent study from 2011 to 2017, they've noted that 3.5 feet of subsidence has occurred. And the damage to infrastructure that I mentioned earlier was mentioned to be have occurred between 2005 to 2015, but the GSP did not disclose the type of damage that was done. The GSP concludes that if greater than 50% of the lower aquifer wells exceed their respective minimum thresholds identified within the GSP for 2 consecutive fall measurements, it could potentially result in significant impacts to infrastructure. Next slide, please. The Chowchilla Joint GSP has identified projects to replace or supplement groundwater supplies to meet current and future water demands. Some of these projects are likely within our jurisdiction and would require approval. These projects include floodmar projects, diversion facilities proposed on the Chowchilla River, Eastside Bypass, and Ash Slough, the Madera Canal capacity increase, and the Buchanan Dam capacity increase. The Madera Canal capacity increase could potentially impact the San Joaquin River, Fresno River, and Verenda and Ash Sloughs. And the Buchanan Dam capacity increase could potentially impact the Chowchilla River. Next slide, please. Our second example today is the Alyssa Water District GSP. This particular GSP is located within the Delta Mendota subbasin. And just to point out, the Delta Mendota subbasin has 6 planning areas or GSPs, and it encompasses a total of 23 GSAs. So taking it back to the Alyssa Water District specifically, they do have some facilities and water courses that we're interested in. So they've got the lower San Joaquin Levee District facilities, the Chowchilla Bypass and San Joaquin River. And this GSP notes that significant damage may occur if levees subside to an elevation that diminishes the water carrying capacity of the San Joaquin River or Chowchilla Bypass beyond their design flow rates. The projected subsidence rate was determined by analyzing data from 2011 to 2018 and using the Chowchilla bypass as a reference point. The current rate of subsidence was determined to be 0.2 feet per year, which corresponds to a projected subsidence of 4 feet by 2040. This projected subsidence was compared to the design tolerance of infrastructure. The minimum freeboard required on the Chowchilla bypass is 4 feet, which we want to point out that's the projected subsidence for 2040. The GSP concluded that significant and unreasonable effects will only occur if the current rate of subsidence was accelerated and reached a total subsidence of greater than 4 feet by 2040. Next slide, please. The Aliso Water District outlines several projects that are intended to replace or supplement groundwater supplies. And these projects include establishment and restoration of water delivery facilities, such as the turnout from Chowchilla Bypass into Cottonwood Creek, improvements to the Aliso Canal turnout on the San Joaquin River, and a bypass crossing pipeline across the Chowchilla Bypass. This map that is provided on the slide was taken directly from the GSP. And while it may not be the best map, it does give a general idea of where these projects are proposed to be located. If you take a look, the reddish orange line that you see, that's the boundary of the planning area. And you can see the Chowchilla bypass running vertically near the center. Next slide, please. Our final example is the Farmers Water District GSP, and this one is also located within the Delta Mendota Subbasin, and it borders the San Joaquin River. This area is also located to the west of the Chowchilla Canal Bypass and San Joaquin River. There's only one monitoring station within this area, so they don't have a lot of data to go by. Subsidence monitoring began in 2004. And the data shows that 0.3 feet of subsidence has occurred since that time. And the GSP noted that there's no known significant infrastructure impacts. And they note that subsidence will only be monitored from the upper aquifer because they are not currently extracting from the lower aquifer. And they also note that their area is expected to be sustainable during the planning and implementation period. If undesirable results for the upper aquifer occurs, then this area will develop project and management actions to prevent future minimum threshold exceedances. And so with that, I will hand it back to Ruth, and she'll provide information on when comments are due and what our comments entail.
Thank you, Jennifer. So DWR has posted 27 groundwater sustainability plans that lie within the board's jurisdictional boundaries. Comments are due on May 15th of this year for 17 of the posted GSPs and June 24th for the remaining 10. Staff has reviewed 26 of the 31 GSPs that contain facilities and streams under the board's jurisdiction. And board staff is continuing to prepare comment letters for submittal prior to due dates. In addition, regarding coordination with our sister agencies, including DWR, staff has been coordinating with specifically the Division of Flood Management. It's my understanding that the board will be the lead on providing comments that are within the board's jurisdiction, including state plan of flood control facilities in the Central Valley. DWR will be the lead on providing comments within the department's jurisdiction. In addition, I've reached the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office to initiate coordination. It's our hope to have an informational briefing from the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office staff to the board in the near future. Next slide, please. So staff has found that all the GSPs vary in their level of detail. Some plans provide a lot of information regarding impacts to critical infrastructure and include projects to mitigate those impacts with detailed maps, while others provide little information or indicate they are currently managing groundwater in a sustainable manner, like the farmer's example. Our comment letters alert each GSA that it's unlawful for any public agency to interact with, obstruct the performance maintenance, or operation of, or otherwise take actions that may adversely affect facilities of the state plan of flood control, designated floodways, or streams that are regulated by the board. In addition, if an state plan of flood control facility or lower San Joaquin levee district facility is located within or near a GSA plan area, they are being notified that any reduction in board or activities affecting the integrity, functionality, or maintenance of flood control works is considered significant, should be avoided. We provide links to the corresponding operation and maintenance manuals for these within the GSP. For each GSP that recommends projects that appear to be within permitting authority, the GSA will be notified that an encroachment permit should be filed with the board. An encroachment permit application should be filed with the board. And thank you. Yes, Ryan, next slide. Thank you. Okay, are there any questions from board members or members of the public? You're on mute.
I am. Are there any questions from the board members?
This is Jane.
Have any in the queue.
This is Jane. I didn't put myself in the queue. Just one comment where it says any change in the flood freeboard should be avoided. Shouldn't it say that it will be denied or has to be maintained if there's an alteration in the project or something like that? That it doesn't seem quite strong enough.
And Jane, Vice President Dolan, I just want to let you know that I was hoping for this kind of feedback from board members, right? So our comment letters are in form and changes can be made. And so I'm glad we were able to have this presentation prior to May 15th.
Yes, I am too. And I recognize that PowerPoints are bullet points and not that, but that just kind of like hit me. Knowing some of the water districts in my area, none of which are critical, thank goodness. If they read that, they just go, oh, well.
Okay.
I had a question or a comment also.
Joe?
Along Jane's line of thinking here, the Chowchilla Canal bypass has on multiple occasions released more water than what the design flow was for. So the freeboard's really irrelevant here because the freeboard's based on the design flow. And if we're frequently, or maybe not frequently, but if we have exceeded the design flow multiple times, the freeboard is effective at that point in containing the flood flows. So I wouldn't want to think that the freeboard's available to take account of subsidence.
Okay.
Ryan, did you have a comment?
I do. I have a couple of questions. I wanted to thank you both first for the presentation. I thought it was very helpful. I'm wondering, Ruth, if you can elaborate a little bit on what you see as the greatest opportunities for our agency to help GSAs in the state advance the goals of SGMA.
I think our greatest opportunity is to work with our sister agencies in planning and potentially design of the projects that are they're proposing to mitigate. We hear that a lot from our sister agencies and resource agencies that if we could just get together early on in the design and the planning of these projects, how much more efficient and more smooth we could go in implementation. So we know FloodMar is out there and several projects or GSPs propose FloodMar activities and are interested in multi-benefit projects in terms of letting water onto their land for recharge purposes. And that directly affects usually state plan of flood control facilities. So working together early on with the GSAs on projects projects, I think, is our biggest opportunity.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Second question being, kind of a bit of a mirror of that. I wonder if you could comment on ways in which Sigma implementation or land use and economic trends affected by Sigma implementation might create synergies for our work or challenges.
Yes, I think in terms of, I can think of lots of challenges. I know that, so especially with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, how, long-term story of how we can provide flood management within the Central Valley. However, it's not intended to be a design document. And so, my hopes that implementation of the plan is that local agencies can look to higher level guidance documents like that and make land use decisions based upon what the state best available data and science is telling them. But for local agencies to make a decision about how they want to manage their groundwater, which is at the heart of Sigma, Jerry Brown said that when he signed the act. But also in addition to making decisions about what they think is valuable in terms of flood protection or groundwater sustainability, a lot of these local agencies kind of having to weigh or balance those two things, right? And not one law trumps another. So being able to have open and transparent conversations with locals, our local maintaining agencies, as well as GSAs on how best to make local decisions based on the science that's out there, collaborate on that stuff, I think is could provide a lot of synergy as we move forward.
Thank you.
Ruth, what assumptions are we making here with regard to climate change?
Let me think about that. I think in terms of our reaction to the GSPs, since, again, they are locally defined sustainability indicators, the locals are saying what they believe is to be true and sustainable. At this time, we're in our comment letters, we're sort of reacting to that. The data that they're using and the technical analysis that they're receiving from DWR or technical data includes the best available science, which would be DWR's climate change projection. So in terms of what the board is considering, I think it was just more of a collective response, but we didn't call out change specifically in the draft letters.
Okay, as you know, the board, in terms of the 22 update, has kind of punted a little bit on climate change. Our proposed scope indicates that Mike Anderson and the climatologists at the department have revisited their methodology and what they're thinking the projections ought to be. And what's going to be in the 2022 plan is a new framework or path, or a program to develop some new climate change proposals, probably that wouldn't come until 2027, I wouldn't think, actually, recommendations. So we're not at a place where we can say these are the climate change assumptions because we're kind of a little bit back to the drawing board. So I don't know what the deal is here.
Right.
The one. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Bill, and I've been following that too as board lead, Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. A lot of the requirements of SIGMA in consideration of climate change, the SIGMA does state that we know that aquifers are going to be heavily dependent on with less surface water, right? And so that's also one of the sustainability is reduced surface water.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it inherently includes potential impacts resulting from climate change over the long term.
I guess what this is a little off the subject, I hear, but in Secretary Crowfoot's comments this morning, he acknowledged the fact that taking these plans, which have different assumptions, different modeling assumptions, different technical assumptions, going to be a challenge to try to make them more consistent than they are now and knit them together, so to speak. And I've been thinking of a way to try to do that. And in our conflict with the Delta Stewardship Council, Susan Tatayan set up a working group to try to develop a consistency with the technical data, the modeling that they're doing, the assumptions on climate change, all of those kinds of technical questions to see if we could arrive at some sort of agreement on what they are, or at least acknowledgement of what each other means when they talk about these technical issues. And that's the one group that I think has, it seems to be going fairly well. And it seems to me that we need to think about a structure about how we resolve these technical issues so that we move forward, similar to what we did with the definition of OMRRR that the Corps is using for maintenance and operations of levees in the state. It took us 9 months, but we finally got everybody to agree on what that meant and put it into a resolution and so on. And now that serves as the basis for which people can make their technical comments or whatever. And then there are these technical things that need to be worked out. And then there are these policy issues. And one of the policy issues is for us and the Delta Council, for example, on what's going on at the Delta, there's a policy difference and they have to be resolved too. The council's position on the use of state money is that that we ought to prioritize these levies, and the state money only should be used in areas where the state interest can be determined. Whereas our policies are spend money where you have to keep everything as safe as possible in terms of, and we're only talking about levy issues. So those policy issues have to be resolved too before we can somehow get these plans to be more consistent. But it seems to me that it looks like SIGMA and the flood plan are going to have to be resolved somehow together. And I think we need to have some sort of a technical committee to resolve the technical issues and a policy committee to take on these policy issues before we can get these plans to be more consistent. But and SIGMA, this is a good one where it seems to me that we got to decide on some of these issues. Climate change is one, and the other, of course, is some of the more technical issues that you've raised in this presentation. So I don't know. It's obviously the administration wants to, get these plans more consistent, and it's going to be a past to try to do that, no question about it.
Right.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Mr. President, I believe Board Member Ramirez wanted to speak.
Okay, Tim?
Thanks, Bill. Just very quickly, I want to thank Ruth and the folks that pulled together the presentation. I'm going to have to get you some sewing needles, Bill, for your birthday this year. So you do a lot of knitting. But I think the depth of the presentation really drew out the questions you guys all asked, which I appreciate, and the breadth of the questions. Brian asked a good one, which is, what can we do to really help? And Ruth had a great answer, which is to work with our state agency colleagues. The landscape here is not that different than it was 5 or 10 years ago, but there's a lot more state authority and role. This is one area where there's a big change, right, from the last time we did the plan. And whether it's the basin-wide study or someplace, there's just a lot of work that could be done here that would be really helpful, but it needs to be done with the people that have these other responsibilities. By ourselves, I don't think we're the people to lead that charge, but we have a lot to say about things, and we definitely have a preference about how it plays out, right? We want things to get better, not worse. Try to reverse the subsidence that's happening, halt it, and its effect. At the same time, we don't want to, take all the water out of the channels and just recharge the basins. The river's there for a reason, and so is the water. And there's the restoration program to think of as well. So there's a lot of pieces here, but I think I'm really interested to see how the basin study comes together this year with Eric Tsai's help and Mary, working with the people in the valley and trying to really flesh some of these things out. I didn't know, Ruth, you guys have gone so deep in commenting on the plans. I'm really glad you guys took a hard look and are making comments. Gives us a really great perspective and a seat at the table, frankly, which we didn't have before. So good for you for doing that. And I think there's a lot of work to do here. Whatever the structure, Bill, I think we just need to put a box and check it down the road soon so that we give it our attention more than it's received probably in the past, and we really fold it into the plan update as best we can and do that sewing.
I agree. Anybody else from the board? Anybody from the public, Leslie?
I don't see anything, Ryan.
I don't see anything either.
Okay, nice job, Ruth. Appreciate it. I think we're going to move to item 8D, which is the CVFPB project update. And Ali Porba, the board staff, and Chris Elias have this report. Ali?
Thank you, President Edgar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Ali Porbaho, staff of the board. Sambaqing Area Flood Control Agency, or CVFPB, has good news for securing federal funds for the Lower Sambaqing River project. This funding called Construction New Start, which is over $20 million, was awarded in February. And this is one of the 6 which was awarded throughout the country. In 2018, Congress authorized this project. Today, CVFPB will present the informational briefing for the Lower Sambaqing River project in preparation for a future action. In summer, we plan to come to the board and request for approval of the project partnership agreement and local partnership agreements between CVFPB, Corps, and the board. I believe it is more than a year since we briefed the board about CVFPB's projects. So today, the status of other CVFPB's projects, including Smith Canal Gate project that was permitted by the board last year, will also be provided. Now I would like to ask to invite Chris Elias, the Executive Director of CVFPB, to brief the board. I'm here if there is any question.
Thank you, Ali. Chris?
Yes, sir. So you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Ali, and good afternoon, President. Members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. We are we've embarked on here. Like on some of these projects. As we plan to prepare before you then. Next slide, please. Ryan, slide, please. Next slide.
Yeah, we have it. Yeah, we have the next slide. Can you see it?
I think he dropped off. Oh, sorry.
Okay, great. Here we are, just right there. Great. Yes, I can see it right now. Wonderful. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so today I will give you a bit on Africa. Then we'll talk briefly about the Lower San Joaquin River project, which we'll call phase 1. And then we'll also talk about the Lower San Joaquin River project phase 2, which is around the Mosdale Tract Basin. Then we'll give you a quick update on our Smith Canal project. Then I'll take a brief detour then to give you an update on the Paradise Cut working group. And then we'll come back and then give you a quick, settle on the final product, which we will be bringing to you this summer on the partnership, the project partnership and the local project partnership agreement for the Lower San Joaquin River, phase 1. Next, please. Okay, by way of background, CVFPB is a Joint Powers Authority, a JPA, that was created 25 years ago by the city of Stockton, San Joaquin County, and San Joaquin County Water Conservation District. Since then, the agency's board has expanded to include the cities of Lathrop and Manteca. Those were added back in 2018. And after the expansion of the board saw it fit to revisit its mission statement. And today, that mission statement has been reduced to a 4-word statement, very impactful, basically to reduce and manage the region's flood risk. And this we do in partnership with your board and DWR and the Army Corps of Engineers. We are governed by a 9-member board comprising of elected officials from those 4 member agencies and 1 member at large from the public. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you see in front of you is a rough sketch of the footprint of where the CVFPB operates. To the north, excluding the city of Lodi to the north and Tracy to the south. Next slide, please. So with that previous footprint, what you see is the footprint basically that we operate in is the largest, is the 2nd largest urban area within the SSJD jurisdiction in the Central Valley. And so with this now, in that jurisdiction, the area we focused on, which is the Lower San Joaquin River phase 1 and phase 2. So back in 2009, there was an effort to identify the flood risk management solution for the greater Stockton and metropolitan area. And after 9 months of study and a collaboration with various stakeholders and over $9 million in investment, a project was identified. And that project received the chief's signature of the Army Corps of Engineers in July 2018. And Congress followed up shortly after and authorized the project based on the recommended plan from the chief's report. And then we appeared before your board last year, April, and you kindly signed on design agreement with us and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And with that initial design agreement, there was allocation of funding from the Corps to work with us to begin the pre-construction engineering and design project. And that's been going on. And this year, we're so happy to learn that the work plan received about $22.8 million and a new start designation. The new start designation, this is one of 2 in the entire country, and then one of 6 in the that received a new start designation, but one of 2 for flood control all over the country. The next one was in Vermont. So, and this is by virtue of the fact that of the kind of work we've done ahead of time to really position this project to be very attractive for federal investment. So next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to kind of highlight where the Lower San Joaquin River project is. Basically, you have the North Stockton area, Central Stockton, and RD17. So this is when we started the feasibility study. It focused on those areas. And I will come back to this later on to talk more about what is phase 1 and phase 2. But just do bear in mind right now that basically North Stockton and Central Stockton comprise of phase 1. And then RD17, which is where it says South Stockton with the arrow, comprise of phase 2. Next slide, please. Okay, on that recommended plan for phase 1, which is the one that got the Chief of Engineers a sign off and congressional authorization, that project itself is estimated to cost about $1.07 billion. With this annual OMRRR plan work, about 1.1 million on annualized basis. The annual benefit is about 345 million, and the net benefit to our community is $296 million. So what makes this project very competitive and attractive as a federal investment, obviously, is its cost-benefit ratio, 7 to 1. That makes it, it's probably one of the best in the West for sure, and then also competes very favorably across the country. So the project is projected to be completed by 2035. And the features, as you can see from the highlights there, consists of about from the green top all the way to the bottom, which is the South Stockton area. It's about 23 miles of levee improvement work. And then also this project includes the Smith Canal project, which is a locally run project at this time with the 221 agreement with the Corps. And then there's also a gate structure in the 14-mile slough as planned. And then to the south of it then is the extension, where it kind of goes to the east a little bit. Is what we have at the very bottom, then is what we have our Reclamation District 404 levee. And the intent of that levee there is to prevent flanking from the phase 2 portion of the previous study. And in that area also, I might also highlight is where we have the original pollution control plant, wastewater treatment plant. Next slide, please. Okay, what you're showing right here, let me maybe explain a little bit, is, we, as you indicated earlier on, we do have the Army Corps leading the charge on this project, and in working collaboratively with us, DWR, your staff, and SJAVCA, we've been able to identify the priorities for various reaches of this project. To the right, where it says the blue line, where it says the 5th priority, that's mainly Calaveras River. And then that right there those are mainly federal projects. And then vertically speaking, from all the red lines are non-federal projects, except that we are hoping that after we're done with the 1st priority, which is what we're focused right now, then that would enroll to become a federal project. So that color should have been red, but we're just put in there to highlight the fact that we're going to be starting construction very soon. And after that, then it will be a federal project. So this is essentially how we plan to tackle the improvements along these alignments between now and 2035. Next slide, please. Okay, so our next step, as indicated, is we're working very closely now with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I hope to finalize that very soon. And we're also looking to return to your board to consider, entering into a project partnership agreement, with us and with the Army Corps, and then also the local project partnership agreement with your agency. Our goal is to get this done so that we can be sure before the end of the fiscal year. So that's why we're coming to you in the summer. And so that we don't lose funding that's already been set aside or allocated to this project for construction. So we are also looking to identify state and local funding for the future increments. And SJAVCA and the state right now in particular with the state, they're helping us to lead the charge on acquiring the right-of-way for the first increment. And the construction is scheduled to begin, if everything lines up, by May 2021. Next slide, please. So I can pause here before I go to the next one, but I just wanted to kind of say that we're not done with phase 1. So I'm going to now transition to the component dealing with phase 2. And again, the purpose for bringing up this map right here is to identify that North and Central Stockton constitute phase 1. And then the area, which is RD17 with the blue arrow pointing all the way down, then that is the Mossdale Basin, RD17. Next slide, please. Okay, so for phase 2, as you can see, this is pretty much the areas of Lathrop and Manteca and South Stockton and some unincorporated areas of San Joaquin County. And so as indicated earlier on, the chief's report for phase 1, when it was signed, the chief himself at the time recommended for the Army Corps to continue the study of phase 2 because it was stripped out at the time for budget and schedule reasons, so it couldn't become part of the overall phase 1 project in the Lower San Joaquin River study. And and then also the authorization document includes a statement that essentially says that they are recommending that the work continue under the existing study, which is phase 1, in order to determine the feasibility of flood risk management plan alternatives for other locations covered by the study authority, including but not limited to the area designated as Reclamation District 17, as well as the cities of Lathrop and Manteca. That's what's in front of you right there. So that's what the chief's report said at the time, and also the congressional language included in the American Water Infrastructure Act, directing the Corps to expedite completion of that study. Next slide, please. So then, with that information and the effort that's already underway, I really want to really truly underscore the importance of partnership and collaboration with your staff, your sister agency staff at DWR, and the collaboration of our regional district, the Sacramento district of the Army Corps, in really helping us on phases 1 and also collaborating with us very neatly on phase 2 as well. So our next steps right now is to obtain what we're looking to do is noted in the chief's report. We'd like to continue to pursue the continuation of the study for phase 2 in order to attract federal interest, federal investment in that area. And so to do that, one of the things we've done is we've sent a formal letter, to requesting the federal government to reprogram some unused investigation funds to support that continuation effort. We specifically asked for 1.5 million in the 2021 work plan. And so while that's going on, we need to support the RD-17's levee seepage repair project by both through the USAID's pursuit of a 4.8 permit from the Army Corps. And currently, we are looking at issuing a request for proposal that would help us to identify consultants to help CVFPB with the environmental review and planning for extension of the existing dryland levee in Manteca. The goal of that effort is to identify, to make some progress or demonstrate progress, toward our SB 5 compliance requirements. And meanwhile, also, the Army Corps is about ready to complete the SPK Sacramento District is almost ready to complete the screening level risk assessment for ID-17, and that effort was funded by the Department of Water Resources. Again, we thank the department for that forward-thinking investment. And so recently, I wanted to also let you know that the CVFPB took over a grant agreement, an UFA agreement between DWR and the City of Lathrop. The purpose of that grant is to, again, support the ongoing effort with respect to the RD-17 levee improvement, but to now look at bringing the RD-17 investments to 200-year level of flood protection. That study is in advanced stages and to identify a recommended plan. And we hope to identify and settle on that recommended plan by late spring, early summer this year. So, and part of that effort also includes our calculation of putting into the discussion the concerns about climate change and how to handle the flows down the San Joaquin River, which, as you know, is projected to triple in the next 25 years. So, but to that point, what's happened is that our board has taken the proactive step to start to put in place a climate change adaptation policy. And what it calls for basically is that for those predicted flows increases through levee raises as we begin as our study, as soon as we settle on some kind of a recommended plan, and then to start looking at seepage remediation and taking proactive steps to reserve rights of way now in order to have ample room for flood corridor that will be sensitive or adapted to these changing flows as the years go by. So that's that on the climate change effort. So then let me quickly run through the next set of slides, and I will come back and give you a quick update on a meeting we just had on Paradise Cut. Next slide, please. So this is about the Smith Canal Gate project. Again, it's a project where we have in partnership with you. Next slide. Is in Stockton area, of course. And next slide, please. Okay, so the Smith Canal project is a flood protection project. We've already received an encroachment permit from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board on. And what I'd like to highlight here is basically Highway 5, which runs north and south. The area that we're working on is west of Highway 5. If you look at the yellow highlight, that's the canal. And that canal was built by the state for drainage reasons, as well as for navigation, to carry agricultural produce to the Stockton State Mental Health Institution Hospital. And right today, it conveys down the channel into the South McCain River. And then that area is tidally influenced. As you can see to the bottom right, you will see the Stockton Deep Water Channel. That's where the port, the ship fly through, and then that's where the port is located. But going back to the area that's highlighted yellow, that area is heavily encroached upon by development activities. Once we're done with our project, the goal is to protect protection to over 5,000 properties and protect over 30,000 residents. Next slide, please. So here's an aerial view of some of the encroachment activities. As you can see along this channel, it's about 2.4 miles long in that canal. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the alignment of the project itself. Is primarily going to consist of cellular sheet piles that's in the deep green area, and then to the slight southeast corner there, you will see some seepage cutoff walls. That's a peninsula there that we need to strengthen to ensure there's no seepage. And then we'll also then have the gate itself, which is that will still allow for ingress and egress for people who live in the area. That gate will remain open most of the time, but the intent there is in the event of sea level rise or high flows, we're able to operate the gate to allow for flows in and then also tidal influences, but within tolerance. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Smith Canal Gate project, again, received your encroachment permit this time last year. We just went through a bid opening and we received some interesting bids on the project, and that bid will be going to our board for consideration to award contract this year, the next week. And if all goes well, then we should be able to begin our construction this summer. And it's supposed to go through December 2022. Next slide, please. Okay, before I conclude with this one, I wanted to give you a quick update on what's happened with the Paradise Cut. Eric Sai was supposed to be here to make this presentation, but I had to attend to another meeting. So I'm reporting this out on behalf of the working group. And he gave me some talking points to utilize in conveying the information to you, so you know that what we've been doing, in addition to all the core projects of CVFPB, that is this other partnership effort that we've embarked on with our stakeholders in the region. So as you may recall, last year, a working group led by the San Joaquin County Resource Conservation District and the American Rivers, which is a local NGO, completed a report that refined the Paradise Cut expansion project described in the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Board update. And the purpose of that effort was to maximize flood stage reduction and minimize hydraulic impacts, and then also lower implementation costs. Well, that work was funded by the Delta Conservancy. A variety of options were for refining the design were identified and evaluated in collaboration with a wide range of local stakeholders, landowners and agencies. A few cost-saving measures were identified that did not reduce flood stage and flood management benefits. Ongoing issues identified during this robust stakeholder engagement process were addressing hydraulic impacts, local requests for downstream dredging, and garnering stronger local support for the project. Then this is then what laid the foundation then for second grant. So a phase 2 Delta Conservancy Planning grant was given or granted to the San Joaquin County Resource Conservation District and the American Rivers to conduct further outreach and planning to advance the Paradise Cut expansion project and further address issues to increase local support. That grant was approximately $265,000, and it was funded by Proposition 1 and hopes to begin later this year. So we just had a working group meeting last week, Friday. So this is kind of breaking up the minutes of the meeting is basically what I'm reporting to you right now. So we have this regular meeting we involved in now that Jeffka has become a member of, and a group that usually calls into the monthly coordination call include Eric Sy of DWR, Tom Zuckerman, John Herrick, Chris Newdeck, Matt Zeider from County of San Joaquin, and Mary Hildebrand, Glenn Gebhardt, Phil Balmart, and others. Others include myself. So that's the update on the Paradise Cup. I'm sorry that I had to I didn't put that on the slide, but it was Eric Sy was supposed to produce that, but since he couldn't make it, then I'm squeezing it into my presentation. So in the end, we do intend to come back to you by this summer, again, to seek your approval of a project partnership agreement and local project partnership agreement for the construction of the Lower San Joaquin River project. I might add, that project also, again, the Smith Canal project I told you about earlier on, is a project that is credible under this Lower San Joaquin River project. So, and we won't be here today, again, without the support of your staff at all levels, and then the leadership of the various agencies, your board, as well as DWR and our local partner, the SPK, Sacramento District of Army Corps of Engineers. I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to give you this broad overview of what is happening in with SJAFCA. With that, then, Mr. President, I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Just one question on the Smith Canal bids. Did they come in under the engineer's estimate?
They came within 3% of the engineer's estimate.
Okay. So your recommendation is to award the contract?
Our recommendation is to award the contract, and maybe I don't want to get ahead of my board because you just never know what these things.
Of course, you can't say what your board's going to do, but I just wanted to know what your recommendation was. It's 3% over the engineer's estimate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay.
I don't have anything, Mr. President.
Okay. Anything from the public?
Ryan, do you see anything in the queue?
No, nothing from the public.
Okay, I think that one last chance. Anything from the board? Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you very much again, and then to thank you and leadership of your board, as well as the entire a group at DWR, from Larry Ito to Todd Bernardi, Jeremy Eric, and the whole leadership. They've been really great people to work with, and their guidance has been really very helpful. Similarly, our partners at the Sacramento District of Army Corps have been, again, great folks to work with, and I want to say thank you again for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're on members. We're on item 9, Executive Officers Report, and I want to start off with Leslie's executive report because she has some words on the issue that we discussed last time related to the 408 project for the Delta conveyance project. Leslie?
Thank you, Mr. President. I did dispense the report and it's on the website, so I would just submit on the written document unless anyone has questions.
Okay, this item is going to be hopefully continued comments from now and be brought back at the May board meeting.
That is the current intent.
Okay. Please keep us advised on that. All right. Any questions from the board on either Leslie's report that she submitted yesterday or any items 9A, 9B, 9C, or 9D, which are updates on the activities of the operations of the board? Do you have any questions?
I have a question, Bill, I'm concerned with the budgetary impacts that the virus, whatever we want to call it, implications are, the huge amounts of money that are being spent to overcome that. And I'm just concerned that it's going to have a tremendous impact on our board next year. And I guess I didn't see anything in there, but are we still hiring people, and should we be, is one of my questions.
Leslie, I guess that's back to you.
Sure, and happy to respond with, we are still hiring, we're backfilling positions. There is no hiring freeze. We don't have any additional positions in this current budget. However, every word that I've gotten is that we are going to be funded to our current level to be able to continue doing our core functions and doing our work. I've not heard anything to the contrary so far.
Good news.
Yeah, that could change. We'll see what Department of Finance recommends. Anyway, thank you, Leslie. Any other questions from the board? Okay, members, we're on item 10, board comments and committee updates. I'll just go down the list of the board members. Jane, do you have any questions or issues?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Joe, anything on your mind?
Well, as far as committee updates and so forth, I mentioned last time that the Folsom race was getting a lot of scrutiny by the Corps because they were having problems with the economic justification for 3.5-foot raise. Those studies are ongoing and hasn't been determined yet. The one proposal is to raise it only 2 feet instead of 3.5 feet. So just an update, let you know what's going on.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Brian, anything you need to bring up?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tim? Okay, how about Mike?
Nope, I'm good. Thanks, Bill.
Okay, thanks. Okay, then members, were on item 12, our closed session, and I've been informed well, let's see, wait a minute. We're on 11, which are upcoming meetings, and they're listed on your agenda. The board workshop on May 8th, which, as you know, is going to be the SSJD discussions in more depth. The coordinating committee on May 20th and the board meeting on May 22nd. Item 12 is our closed session. We've been informed that there is no closed session. Item 13 is our closed session report. If we don't have a closed session, we won't have a closed session report. And item 14, members were on item 14, which is the adjournment of the meeting. So without objection, this meeting is adjourned at 3:15.
Thanks, Bill.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Why am I?
Ryan, can I talk to you for a bit?
Hey, Wendy, I'm here. I'm just waiting for it to clear out.
Same.
Also, I'm going to stop recording.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I was going to say you probably don't need